World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI-assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You're risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real. Well, apologies for that one, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like things just didn't quite work out to begin with, but it's a triple threat challenge here today with AMD World Pro Racing live here with the likes of course, TVM Sport, of course, some brilliant action to come with ESTV, and of course on motorsport.tv as well. For this is the AMD Triple Challenge. We'll be racing on what is the beginnings of the road for Formula vehicles with the Tortoise USF 17. We've got the likes of the beginnings of the LMP journey with the Radical that will be coming up in the second race. And of course, we go to a classic, of course, on a week of weeks for Ferrari. The 488 GTE will find itself with some amazing action coming up in the final race of this championship trio that we have here today. You are watching World Pro Racing as well on YouTube, Facebook Live, and on Twitch as well. My name's Jake Sperry, joined alongside by Nicholas Hillebrand. And well, Nicholas, this is going to be all about who finds themselves at the very top. Some of the best names that R Factor 2 has to offer. And the one big key about racing here today is that you've got three completely different vehicles and not long to adjust.
Test, 1, 2. Yes. Yeah, we've got a lot of good drivers here today. And of course, as you said, three completely different vehicles. Open wheelers and prototypes may be close to each other, but still, there's a big difference how the aerodynamics behave around other cars. And of course, we're at three very iconic tracks today. Silverstone first with the USF 17. And I think it's going to be a very interesting race today, considering what caliber of drivers we have here today.
Absolutely. When we say the creme de la creme, we do not mean, ladies and gentlemen, that we have ourselves a very nice cake. We have ourselves the greatest cake that we could possibly get. We have everything that we need and more for some amazing racing action. And this should be a challenge. Each race today is going to be 10 laps long. Qualifyings are going to be 4 laps. So you get 2 laps, an out lap and an in lap here today for how this is going to all go down. And we should be heading over towards some action in the next few minutes here from anywhere that you're watching around the world. And of course, you can get social with us at World Pro Racing. You can follow World Pro Racing on all the social media platforms, be that Facebook, be that Twitter, be that any which way that you find. And on top of that, make sure you head over to worldproracing.com for some amazing events that are going to be coming up on the horizon. Most importantly, and talking about that future ever so quickly here, Nicholas, we got the likes of the HyperX Endurance Championship rounds 1 and 2. They'll be coming up very, very shortly, and that will be, of course, over the course of this week and next week as well. But focus on AMD, focus on this triple challenge. Let's talk about some of the names that are going to be propping up. And the first place you have to talk to, well, it's a Formula One drivers team. It's Romain Grosjean's team. It's the duo, of course, of Risto Kappet and Erhan Jajovski. Arguably, two drivers with differing driving philosophies, but equal pace.
Most definitely. They've shown very impressive pace throughout their entire career. Obviously, Erhan, very well known already from numerous competitions like World Fastest Gamer 2 and McLaren Shadow. But I think he made himself even more of a name during his amazing drive in the ACO 24 Hours of Le Mans. But that is not to sell Risto short, because Risto, he's a man that puts in the effort all the time. He gives 110%, and that effort really shows.
And that shows in the level of consistency that he has to drive. And so many people will be looking at who is going to be the nearest challenger. And that could very well be a driver from Burst Esports, and that being Jernej Simoncic here today. Someone who in 2019 picked up win after win after win as part of the work that he did in the 24-hour event at Le Mans. He very, very nearly brought the Bikeless LMP all the way back into contention and very nearly took the race win away, but ran out of time come the end. Needed about 5 more laps, it would seem, to close that down. And that just goes to the testament of Jernej's pace. Someone who traditionally, when it's come to these events, has not only been quick, but he's been good at saving tyres in an event that today is going to be elevated with tyre wear.
Most definitely. Jernej really is one of these guys. Everyone has a weakness, but when it comes to driving on the limit, Jernej is just one of these guys that if he has a weakness, he's very good at masking it. Immense pace, very good tire saving capabilities, and of course as well, with endurance racing, his jobs he's done in the VEC, there's just no one else except for maybe Dennis Jordan and Alex Siebel who can match his his fuel saving. Sorry there. And it's just really, really impressive to see those guys go up against each other. Jernej, of course, for the first race on his home ground in an open wheeler around Silverstone, and that combination is quite a threatening one for the rest of the field, I'd say.
I think it's very threatening for a number of reasons. Now, let's explain how the formats work then over the course of this. There will be 3 races here today, and I'd say 3 by holding up 4 fingers. That really just tells me how prepared I am for all of this. But we've got 3 races here that will be going on, and there will be some magic racing. Each position is going to be scoring a number of points, and it's very, very simple. Most points win. 35 points for a win, 30 points for a second place, and 25 points for a third. They will all be going down by 5-point increments until they get to a certain point where they'll be going down by 1-point increments all the way down to 1 points position. And this is where it pays to be consistent in a championship like this. There's no point putting yourself in trouble practicing one vehicle fantastically, getting 35 points, but then say only getting 7 points for the final 2 rounds of the championship and not finding the results that's needed. This may be the one championship where you look at things, say, Nicholas, and go, 4th place each time wins you everything.
The consistency and adaptability of the driver will be the deciding factor today, as we see one of the nice decorations next to the track here. But yeah, of course, Tatu's USF 17 at Silverstone is first, but soon after that we've got, I think, the Radical at Sepang, and after that, as the final race, we've got the 488 at Sebring. And, you know, we have so different factors here. Of course, Sepang is already bumpy, but I think I speak for everyone who loves motorsport when I say Sebring, the mother of bumps, will be the biggest challenge.
It certainly will be, and of course we will talk to that as and when we get there, but we're here in the United Kingdom at a different former, I would say, airfield circuit right now with this Silverstone track. We have seen a wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man earlier on there that you saw on screen, but he'll be definitely one of the most excited, as will you at home. We are currently in practice. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of qualifying, and you can see some of the names that are going to be propping up the board at the moment. We've talked about Kappet, we've talked about the likes of Jernej Simoncic, for example, but there are a couple more drivers that's worth keeping a little bit of a look at, as we got a picture-in-picture here with the whacking, waving, inflatable arm flailing tube man at the moment next to that fantastic carousel there right alongside. But the key here is to look at someone like, say, Yuri Kasdorp, who is a master of GT-style driving, but when it's come to some other events over 2020, Yuri Kasdorp has started to struggle a little bit, and maybe one of the big weaknesses of Yuri Kasdorp's game has been this vehicle, this style of open wheeler, which does not suit the Kasdorp style of driving.
Perhaps that could be the fact, but next up, we've got the Radical, so a prototype. My first experience with Yuri Kasdorp was when he was driving in LMP1 in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and there he was ready to really tear through the field like no other. And that impressive driving, it really hasn't faded over the years. And I'd say, you know, even if sometimes he can have a bit of a bad day, I still would say he's one of the top contenders here, simply because whenever you're not expecting him, he's always there to deliver.
And he'll be looking to try and deliver here today with absolutely everything possible in terms of how this one is going to be playing out. There are a number of drivers to keep a good mind in terms of how this is playing out, and one of the big teams that have been cropping up at least over the last, I would say, couple of months, at least 3 to 6 months, I would have said here, Nicholas, is the fact that we are looking at maybe a team like Zansho, for example, which has really come up out of nowhere. 4 drivers in the field here today for Zansho. They are going to be wanting to make a challenge with mainly this driver currently classified in 9th position with no time set at the moment, Jan van der Heyde.
Yeah, Zansho is definitely one of the teams to talk about here. 4 drivers, so almost a fourth of the grid they represent here. And really, in the last couple months, they've just been popping up everywhere. In the ACO event, they had 3 cars entered in combination with other teams. They had a lot of people driving, one of them being, of course, 2009 F1 World Champion Jenson Button, who was driving in the Team Rocket Zancho car in LMP2. And not taking away from anyone else, Jan van der Heyde, he's really fast, but then again, they also have really good drivers just still on there, and none of them are really someone to sleep over.
Absolutely, and we are seeing the first times here in practice coming in on the board. There is Jernej Simoncic, then the Croat, putting himself up at the top of the timing stands by just a little bit. 0.08 of a second only as it is Jordan there in second and Borja Millan currently in third place here in practice at the moment. But we'll be seeing drivers up and down the order looking to try and find some places, and maybe a couple of names that are maybe some would say familiar to World Pro Racing, but maybe not so familiar up near the top of the timing stand. Someone like Sam Carpenter, for example, will be someone looking to try and find those levels of improvement as he looks to find strength to strength. And this sort of event for a driver who is actually starting to just knock on the door and say, you know what, I might be worth it when it comes to this sort of vehicle, might be someone to say, well, a good finish in this championship here might say all that you need to about how this event could really, really play out for him.
Yeah, most definitely. And I think it's really interesting to see how so very well-seasoned names, like Jernej Simoncic, of course, Erhan Jajovski, and Yuri Kasdorp, for example, they go up against, maybe a little bit lesser-known people. I do remember that Mr. Capamadjian wasn't that long in the game yet. I remember commentating on him in the FSR Winter Series in last winter. And he did show a very good show there as well. So I think he's definitely one of the guys that we also need to keep an eye out. Currently in 5th place, now in 6th.
That's because of Nico Barclay, who has just jumped up the order ever so slightly. We're looking at Tony Mella right now here, currently classified as 8th place here in this practice. The top 8 split by 4/10, or we could say that is half a second at this point in time as they all go on through. But what are we racing for here today? This is merely not just bragging rights of I'm faster than you, even though sometimes that can be some of the most entertaining racing, as actually Jordan has just matched the time of Jernej Simoncic at the top of the timing stands. It shows you how close it is, ladies and gentlemen, but it's all about who can stay consistent as they race for prizes provided by AMD. The winner gets themselves the Ryzen R7 3800X. Alongside that, they will also get the Radeon RX 5700 graphics card as well. So a lot to be working with for those looking at, say, second position. They will be only getting the Ryzen R7 3800X. And for third place here in this championship push, an R5 3600X is going to be heading your way. So CPUs galore for everyone, and of course a graphics card thrown in on top of that for the race winner. So an upgrade, of course, is going to be of paramount for a lot of these drivers here today, because as we all know, the more powerful the upgrades you have on your PC and your hardware, of course, the less likely it is, Nicholas, that you're going to be running into technical issues that force you retirements from events.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, we know rFactor 2, a very complex simulator. I would probably say currently the most complex on the PC market, of course, because the tire model alone is just so incredibly detailed that it really sets it apart from the rest. Then, of course, we have dynamic weather, which could play a role in these races here. And, just everything is just, absolute top-notch from rFactor 2, as we now see Jarl Teien, another one of the Zancho drivers, in 12th place. Not quite the pace he will probably be looking to set right now, but I think that he has not shown everything yet.
Well, Jarl Teien, I think, is one of the most versatile drivers, not only when it comes to style of vehicle driving, but by platform as well. Has been incredibly good, has been up there in a number of different categories, and this goes up and down the sim racing sphere. It's not often you get a driver who is quick in, say, the Formula E style vehicles on rFactor 2, goes into an event like this with Zancho, and has also at stages the Norwegian qualified for the iRacing NASCAR championships earlier on as well, to show how many tools you have in the box. I think the most versatile of all the drivers here today is Jarl Teien.
Yeah, most definitely. I think he's literally one of the big jack of all trades when it comes across the entire simulator scene. But of course, we've got another jack of all trades here, which is Erhan Jajovski. It just seems that whatever he steps in, even if he's not in P1 right now, he's always one of the guys right at the top. And it's really incredible to just constantly see Erhan, well, meddling with the front runners. As we see Borja Millan, one of the Akko boys, just go to P1, almost a 10th faster than Jordan and Simoncic. So really good run from Wanako here with P1. And where is Mr. Barclay here? I seem to have lost sight of him.
Well, I believe we all have lost sight of Mr. Barclay, which means he has just gone out of the session for the moment. Qualifying will be coming up in the next 50 seconds or so, so hopefully he will get himself back into position, which gives him the chance to go out here and race. A couple of drivers haven't set times, though, here in practice. One of them is Risto Kappet. The other one, of course, is Mr. Eriksson there in 16th place. And on cue, it seems there that Nico Barclay does jump back in. So there's the 17 at the moment I'll be going, is actually Risto Kappet has just gone to the top of the timing stands. And isn't that just a statement of intent, going a quarter of a second quicker than the rest of the field right at the end of practice? That will be a heart sinker. And, of course, practice doesn't really mean anything to say who's the fastest, who's not. It's more of a form guide to say this is what you could expect from some of these drivers here today. But the key is who's going to be close. Yuri Kasdorp looks good in second position. Borja Millan in third. You got, of course, Dennis Jordan there in fourth. Jernej Simoncic fifth. Alex Siebel in sixth position. All of these drivers are knocking on the door saying, well, have they got exactly what it takes? And Nicholas, this is where we're starting to look now and say, well, qualifying's coming up. They're going to be released in groups of 5. And really, around a track like this, it might just be the case of, well, who sets a marker and can you set the bar up high enough where people can't really jump over?
It's going to be the big question because, of course, we have a very short qualifying. It's in 5-man groups, so you shouldn't have to deal with traffic too much. But nevertheless, it's going to be a lot of stress for these guys because they know who they're up against. Of course, they know each other very well by now. They talk quite a lot on just every sort of Discord server, so, you know, we see a lot of friendships besides the track, of course, as well. And it's very nice to see that. But once they get behind the wheel, they're not gonna back off. Friendship doesn't really win you anything on track, so of course they're going to be pushing on the limit.
And this is something that you see very traditionally, actually, in racing, is that those who really do find themselves being the best of friends can also be the greatest of rivals as well out on track. You can talk about the likes of, say, James Hunt and Niki Lauda, two greats that are both, unfortunately, not with us anymore here in this world, but both pioneered what I could say is a legendary rivalry for a 1976 season. But now we're looking here at qualifying. We're looking at who's going to put themselves up at the top. But on outlaps, you've got Jernej Simoncic, you've got Borja Millan, Alex Siebel, Nico Barclay, and Michi Hoyer in the first group. The one drive we haven't talked about in this group is Michi Hoyer, someone who has had a lot of experience, actually, we would say, in more of the tech side of the sim racing sphere. He has been very, very popular as well with the likes of the Sim Pit, which is run very, very fantastically for news in all of the racing sphere by Sean Cole. But what you do see is that in races like these, Michi Hoyer just ever so quietly picks up results. And it doesn't have to be by being the fastest driver in this sort of field. There are going to be many dramas over the course of 10 laps. You have to be really, really patient with how you take them.
Yeah, I think Michi is one of the guys who's trying to be less spectacular in a race. He's trying to stay out of trouble. He's trying to stay under the radar. Because when no one's anticipating him anymore, when people just, you know, sort of forget him in the race, that's when he strikes. He got his first win in FSR in the World Championship this year, I think. And I think that was a great ego boost, especially as well combined with his success in the GT Challenge series from rFactor 2. And his pace has been increasing this year quite a lot, and I think he's going to be trying to take the fight, especially to his teammate, because of course, you can be as good as you want, but when you have someone of the stature and reputation of Jernej Simoncic, you always sort of are a little bit in a shadow. So I think he's trying to step out of the shadow with this event a little bit more and show, hello, I'm here, I'm Burst, and I'm ready to go for the top.
Let's look at Jernej Simoncic. Let's go on board then, hopefully, for a lap around this place. That's turn 2 and into turn 3. Driver's eyes perspective here as they go into the village corner and now through the left of turn 4. This switchback section, mind the anti-cut curb and then put on the power. No DRS board, of course, for these drivers. These vehicles are very much all about, shall we say, a little bit different in terms of how much power they've got, and they don't have the ability to have that flappy wing on the back, and a 32.3 is purple in the opening sector, ideal for Jernej Simoncic at the moment. Through, of course, the right now of left field corner, big correction through the mid part there. That will not be doing many favours, and really what we talk about with this sort of car is, say, the New Zealand Toyota Gazoo Racing Championship, and how many drivers that have come up into the Formula 1 sphere have used that championship to really launch forward. The likes of Lando Norris has made that a point of contention to try and drive. There's an off track that will probably be a lap time not too good for Jernej Simoncic. He'll have one more after this, but every lap time becomes so very vital, and what we're talking about is how, whoa, goodbye Michi Hoyer off the circuit there. That's not going to be doing any favours at all, trying to get things going at all. But eventually I'll get to the point and say what we're seeing right now is drivers like, say, Igor Fraga, for example, using that series as a point of contention to capitalise over the Winter Series.
Yeah, it's a very good example. The USF 17, of course, is in the USF 2000 series, and it's one of the cars, I do believe, for the Mazda Road to Indy, or just Road to Indy. I don't know if it's completely sponsored by Mazda anymore, but besides that, it's one of these really, really good basic race cars still. It has a limited amount of downforce. It doesn't have something like DRS because, of course, IndyCar doesn't have DRS either. And it's really one of these really, really good cars for racing because you have that limited amount of downforce. So it's still a little bit of sliding around. It's still feeling properly through the tires where the edge is. And so as we saw with Jernej Simoncic, little slides can be possible. And of course, when you're in the learning process in one of these low power cars, well, low power relatively, they're still just under 300 horsepower, I do believe. It's very good to learn with a more wild car.
Absolutely it is. We've just seen the first times on the first of 2 laps come in. Borja Millan is currently the fastest at the moment. In second is Alex Siebel, and Michi Hoyer currently in 3rd position as things stands. We're looking at Nico Barclay at the moment. He's out there on track right now looking for a good lap time, heading through the right here of Kopp's Corner, the former turn number 1 here at this wonderful circuit. The upgrades for 2011 really did make some big changes onto how this track really did work, and you can see Barclay now trying to really muscle away through a lot of these corners here, and you can see just how much the car wants to fight back against through that section. It's so understated how difficult Maggots Beckett's Chapel can really be. The long hanger straight now heading towards the next section, and Nico Barclay looking for times. Is green, of course, in that second sector, a 51.9 there in that second sector run, but now making the progress there through Stowe Corner over towards, of course, the Vale, and now, of course, the Club Corner, which is the long right-hander that they've got going on here as they're trying to work out things right now. But there's the right, and there's the run for Nico Barclay looking over towards that start-finish line. It's a long run here in R Factor 2, and that's a pretty good time. 2/10 off. Borja Millan is happy, diving down into the lane, cannot go any quicker than a 58.6. Barclay is up to 3rd. Simoncic can only manage 2nd, though, and that will be a surprise for some. Had a fastest final sector of anyone, but that first sector at 32.5, not enough to grab back the time.
Yeah, and it's this difficulty. Silverstone, despite being well known, it's not an easy track to get right 100%. And when you see how close they are at the moment, of course, Jernej less than a 10th behind that, but when you look at the gap between P3 and P4, 5 thousandths of a second, that's incredibly close. I think there's no proper metaphor to actually describe how close that gap is. And Michi Hoyer isn't that far behind either, so I think with his time that he had there, he improved once more, but now the qualifying's over. Very short qualifying, of course, and no real room for mistakes, but I think, regarding the circumstances, he's going to be happy with that time.
Well, Michi Hoyer will be happy with that time, especially after the mistake on the opening time here in terms of trying to get something sorted. So for the moment, Borja Millan is fastest. It's Jernej Simoncic second, and then Alex Siebel in third place. Nico Barclay fourth, and Michi Hoyer fifth. Now, the one big issue that they're going to have in terms of putting those times in is that they have to set a benchmark. And I think a lot of sim racers, when they go into a session like this, I think they like having a target to see, okay, well, how quick do I need to go in order to find that time? Because it gives you a little idea, a little, I would say, window to say, well, who's got what they need. More drivers coming out, though, onto their hot laps, and it's a big, big group. You got Risto Kappet, Yuri Kasdorp, you got Dennis Jordan and Erhan Jajovski, as well as, of course, Sheldon Muscat as well, on top of that, or one of the Muscats. So we've got two Muscats here today. So this is going to be a really good challenge to see who is going to be up there. And these are some of the big players of the game who will be looking at this and going, well, what can we do?
I think they definitely have, not to understand me wrong, but I think they have a bit of an easier game here because they have a benchmark now. They know how fast they have to go to beat this. And yeah, when you have a proper benchmark to aim for, I think it takes a little bit of stress out of you. Of course, when you can't match that pace, that's when the stress sets in. But being the first guys out on track, I think it's always the hardest job to do. Unless, of course, just after you've done your laps, it starts raining, because then you've been the luckiest ones on track.
That certainly is something to keep in mind. And of course, the weather will play a huge factor into who finds what sort of time as they start to push. Dennis Jordan then looking for a little bit of space here out on track with Erhan Jajovski just behind. Find yourself someone to run behind. You'll get a little bit of tow. We'll see how this one all plays out as they run on through into the right-hand bend of Copse Corner. What we do know is that rain may be a prevalent factor here today in this sort of event, and we'll be keeping an eye on that as they go through. Risto Kappet will be looking to be the first driver to go out onto a flying lap then in this second group. And what's key is the Romain Grosjean team. They moved from AAA Esports over, and Romain Grosjean, I think his philosophy and idea was top French team in sim racing. Well, let's bring in some top drivers from that team. Risto Kappet, of course, is Estonian and is really looking to try and put all of the times together on the board. You can see going up now, up looking for that fifth gear and in towards that opening corner, trying to hold as much as possible going through the next left of two and into turn three. What we see here from Risto Kappet is that he is just the consummate professional of smooth operator.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the guys with a more calm driving style. RAG Esports, of course, you can't forget about Yuri Kasdorp, I think one of their most recent additions. He was driving for Singularity Racing before, but made the jump to RAG Esports after the 24 Hours ACO event, I think. And yeah, ever since then, those three have really been tearing it up. And here we go, next corner, that is a purple Sector 1, now coming through Lovefield and now approaching Woodcote. I think Risto is on a very, very good run here.
Well, you can see there on the right, he is 3/10 up in the first sector on the fastest time here in this one. Through Copse Corner now, trying to really put the power down, try and use all of the track, all of the road tack, some would say, moving on through. And now through the next here, this very flat Maggots Corner through the right. Now Beckett's here the left, and then you got Chapel that comes up straight afterwards, and this middle sector becomes all about difficulty, and you can see just how bumpy it is through the middle of Chapel Corner. It makes life very, very difficult. Second sector, and look at the time, it goes up again here with a 51.2 middle sector. This is looking like a wonderful lap from Risto Kappet at the moment. Through the big right then of Stowe Corner and looking towards that big wing there of a pit box that you can see, that pit building, and now on the brakes. Look to try and get nice and calm here through this. He uses just the right amount of curb. It's almost as if he's on tracks at the moment, the way he's driving this one. Risto Kappet's over the line, and look for the time, because this looks like it's great. Oh my goodness, it is. It's a 57.9. He has just trounced the field by 7/10.
He lost a 10th in the last sector, but of course, that is secondary when you consider that he gained 8 in the first two. So after the first sector, he was 3/10 ahead, And after that, he gained another half second in the second sector. When you consider how that these cars are all the same spec, there's no power difference. It's the absolute same car. That is insane. And then we see Dennis Jordan going instantly above the first group as well, and Jajovski not following very far behind. They're all not playing around. And I think for Kappet, a man who was with Jajovski in the Grip G1 series just a few months ago, there in the finale, he wasn't able to completely fight back against Erhan, but I think this time, this is a bit of a rematch for him, and I think that he wants to take it to the top spot this time.
It's not often you put 4/10 on someone like Erhan Jajovski. This is what Risto Kappet is doing so well. The sector's slightly slower here in the opening sector this time for Kappet right now as we go towards Maggots and Beckett's once again. But the key here is that Risto Kappet on that outlap was not really the slow driver. Everyone else was looking for a little bit of track room and a bit of pace and a little bit of, I want a bit of room to try and maneuver and get my times in. Again, it's another slow middle sector there from Risto Kappet. This will not look like much improvement, but Kappet looked like he kept the tyre temperatures up where everybody else really didn't.
Yeah, and of course, you have to consider the tire temperatures being hot, especially in RF2 with all this tire movement. That might be, you know, a classic case of the Damocles sword, double-edged sword, and it goes well as long, you know, until it doesn't. And it's really gonna be difficult if he can get that same pace down over 10 laps, especially when we consider for this race we're going to have 7 times tire wear.
And of course, for 10 laps, that's going to be a little bit awkward for these drivers, and they'll have to be careful about how they use those tyres. This is Jajovski. He's slower in the first 2 sectors here of times and looking to try and make that push over towards the line. At the moment, it's Kappet, Jajovski, Jordan, Millan, Simoncic, your top 5 at the moment. And over the line, nothing doing. Now, Dennis Jordan, it looked like he found a little bit of improvement, but he didn't get the best final sector in the world. So stays for the moment in 3rd place and now will be out of laps here in terms of trying to put everything together in the Marshall Pruitt car. So Dennis Jordan will be looking at that going 3rd place. You'd probably take that, actually, if you were Dennis Jordan. You've got only 2 of the Romain Grosjean cars in front, and you're not a million miles away. I think this was a fantastic run for Dennis Jordan in this qualifying session.
Most definitely. He's one of the guys who's really always just one of the top contenders. You don't hear from him as much as from, for example, Jajovski, Simoncic, or Kasdorp, but he's always one of the guys who has a very consistent driving style, a calm driving style, and he's good on tires. So I think what he's lacking in pace in qualifying at the moment, he can definitely make up in the race. And so the 2nd row is always a good place to start.
I want to bring attention back then to 10th position and the first of 2 Muscats that we will be seeing here today in terms of the racing action down there, of course, at the very back of the field at the moment, 8/10 off of anybody else. But of course, sometimes qualifying doesn't work out the way that you expect it. We are expecting the 3rd group of drivers then to be jumping up out onto circuit in the not too distant future. In fact, you can see them right now making some progress out onto track. Zansho and Zansho we see going out there. Jan van der Heyde and Jarl Teien both going out then on track, and it looks like it's just going to be those 2 by the looks of things for the moment, with maybe a couple more looking to jump out on track as well. But this is a real big shake-up for the form book, because I don't think anyone would have put money on Risto Kappet being 4/10 quicker than anybody else on track.
Yeah, he's one of the guys, though, that really shows hard work always pays off, and I think he really showed that today.
But is this maybe a case of overcompensation we may be looking at here? There's a lot of meta where it comes to this style of event. 3 different cars, 3 different tracks. Is this maybe the case of Risto Kappet having a lot of practice here in this USF 17 and not maybe as much when it comes to the Radical and the Ferrari?
That could definitely be, but of course all these guys here are professionals, so they will have practice with all the cars. But of course, when I'm in a role like Risto Kappet, I'm going up against the world's strongest drivers. Of course, if I realize I'm faster in the USF 17 than, for example, in the 488, of course I'm going to put all of my money on this USF 17 race. And when you do a lap time like this, when you go 4/10 faster than one of the world fastest Gamer 2 finalists and McLaren Shadow finalists, yeah? then it's gonna be a real big number on them. Because that's not just something that you do overnight. This is something that sets the ease of mind off of other people. And I think if he can get a decent performance out here, of course you want to win the first race, then he just has to stay in the top 5 for the next couple of races, and with a little bit of luck, he's gonna just sail through this event and claim this nice processor and the graphics card for himself.
Exactly. 4 then out on track. Luis Felipe Capamadjian. This is Tony Mella in the Zancho car, and 2 more Zancho drivers. We've said earlier, Jan van der Heyde and Jarl Teien. We'll see what the times are going to be looking at here, as of course 2 are already out on laps. Teien is going to be the first to set times. Jan van der Heyde we are looking at right now in 2nd position on track in this group, looking to go through turn 3 in towards turn number 4. This very easy corner to just push a little bit too far on the outside, and then through the small flick left onto the Wellington straight, and now it's about power and trying to get as much as possible. We'll see what the times look like here in terms of an opening sector. It's a 32.5. It's 3 tenths down on Risto Kappet, but for the moment, that would say about 7th place is what we're looking at right now here for Jan van der Heyde. This is still pretty good, I would say, at the opening stages. But what's this second sector? This is where time can really matriculate away.
I think the second sector is all about getting the perfect line. It's about being clean air. Of course, you want a little bit of slipstream, but yeah, I think it has less benefits than disadvantages when you look at sector 2 here. You go here for maggots, now for Beckett's, and then at the end for Chapel. And we've seen how bumpy it is. You see the car getting carried out here. You see how as it goes down in speed, the downforce, there, goes away as well. And I think everyone knows that. I think the guys will really be looking out for that. He's 6 tenths down to Kappet right now, which is still fast enough for P4 at the moment. And now going around Stowe, last couple corners. If he can keep this together, I think he's looking at a very good position in row 2 or row 3 here.
Well, it's all got to be gathered up nicely here as he tries to get as much as possible through the second right and attack this final corner here at Club. And over the line it will be right now, and it is good enough only for 8th place. So the final sector was good, but dropped down to almost 9 tenths of a second. So he goes into 8th place. Jarl Teien, though, just in front, was slightly quicker, goes into 5th, has a huge slide there going through turn 3, just trying to almost cart the car through the corners, driving on the fronts, and that's what happens when you drive on the fronts. You push out wide, and now that second lap has to be abandoned. He's got to be very careful he doesn't drop into troubles. Luis Felipe Capamadjian there goes into 11th place, stays in 11th. That's going to be very key to keep in mind, and Tony Mella is in 13th place with that opening time, 1.2 seconds off of the pace right now. But at least 3 drivers have 1 more lap to go here, Nicholas.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's going to be something interesting to look out for. I think Jarl Teien is now done with his qualifying, but overall, in 5th place, you're still in a very good position there.
Absolutely, so maybe Jan van der Heyde could be the one who finds a bit more time. Capamadjian and Mella will be searching for a little bit more. We've still got Sam Carpenter, the second of the Muscat, and then, of course, we've got Eriksson as well, looking to get out there on track. But Jan van der Heyde is quicker in the opening sector, a 32.399. He's starting to find a groove. Slides through Chapel, though. That won't be the quickest way to get on through, and now onto the hangar straight. Of course, this is where they launch 51.5 middle sector. This is looking good, actually, from Jan van der Heyde, and he'll be looking for improvements here to jump Kasdorp, to jump what some would have said the favourite in Jernej Simoncic, to jump maybe his teammate in Jarl Teien. That would be very useful for Jan van der Heyde, heading there out of Stowe corner and up the hill on the brakes. That's a very difficult section. There's Teien in the background diving for the lane, but now Jan van der Heyde going through the final corner here at Club and looking for the big run to the line. How much of an improvement are we seeing from Jan van der Heyde? The answer is it's P4. He had a slower final sector. It could have been even more if he found the perfect green sector, but Jan van der Heyde to the second row, that will be news to the Zancho ears that they will be very, very happy about, as Mella looks to cross the line with a better time, jumps over Hoyer to 12th.
Yeah, I think Sancho is looking really strong here for this event. And Van der Heyde, of course, you have to at least mention his background there as well. I think until last year he was more of an iRacing driver. So from experience, I know the jump from iRacing to rFactor 2 is, quite something, as the sims handle completely differently. But he has managed that quite well. Very good time here with a 6.7 tenths of the pace lap. But nevertheless, a very good starting position. Row 2, P4, I think that is definitely something that you can show to your mom at the end of the day.
It certainly is. And of course, Jan van der Heyde looked at, say, someone like Jim Paresis, who did something very, very similar a number of years ago now. It was the Greek driver, and that sort of jump from platform to platform, it's very much the same in an esports term for those of you watching on ESTV of someone jumping from League of Legends, for example, over to Dota 2. It's a different style of what you have to deal with. Some of the mechanics are going to be the same, but we are going to see a couple of differences. Final group, though, will be looking to jump out onto track. You got Sam Carpenter, you got, of course, Jesper Eriksson in there, and of course, one more Muscat will be looking to try and go through the gauntlet of times and make sure it all works out. It will be Sheldon Muscat who will be looking for that time, as of course it's Jason Muscat who put the time in earlier on to go 14th position overall in this one at the moment. So we will be seeing how these times go in, but these drivers, they're not necessarily going to be the ones challenging at the front. Maybe the closest who's going to get there is Jesper Eriksson, and he's always a dark horse when it comes to these sorts of events. He somehow has this magical ornate ability to put the car exactly where it needs to be, in a position to attack, in a position to be a factor in these sorts of races.
Yeah, always good for a surprise, Jesper Eriksson, and I think that for this qualifying here, he has now got plenty of benchmarks to see where his competition is going to be. Maybe even a couple of surprises for himself there, for his personal favorites, for example, to be running at the front, to be, a little bit further down. As we said earlier, Simoncic, we expected him to be far further up. And, maybe Eriksson is thinking, well, if the track maybe has a bit more grip now, and maybe I can get a good lap together, maybe even I can stay in ahead of Jernej, and then have a good race in this first round of these 3 races.
And maybe someone like Sam Carpenter as well will be hoping to try and find some good times on the board as well. There will be a lot of opportunities here over the course of this one to get the name in lights, some would say. But Sam Carpenter here will be hoping for a good opening time in terms of trying to get up as high as possible in this field. But the key is going to be about getting a good banker lap in first, and that's something we haven't really seen with the tyre wear, with anything that's been going on. Drivers have been going pretty much hell for leather, I think is the right way to say about it, trying to get that first lap in. We've seen a couple of mistakes go in as those times look to start on now, as we look at Sheldon Muscat trying to have a good run of things. But the key in terms of how does this one all play out for these drivers right now here, Nicholas, is you need a good first lap. But as we saw from Jan van der Heyde, we can see a good second lap could be massive as well.
Yeah, and that is also the case, if you can keep your tires on optimal temperatures throughout this first lap. Of course, if you push too much, and especially with this 7 times tire wear, you're going to lose a lot of time, and that is really a thing on these rFactor 2 tires. You really have to be careful on how you push them, because of course you have this little margin of overdriving it where you can get a bit more pace out of the car, but if you overdrive it far too much, then you're not even going to have a second lap. For example, Risto Kappet, he put all of his effort into this 1 lap, and it was enough. You saw him instantly pull over into the pit lane, not even going for a second time lap. And it's different strategies for these things.
It certainly is. It looks like these drivers are struggling then in the first sectors. 32.5 there for Sam Carpenter. A green first sector implies that the sector is the best for the driver at this moment, as they all search to try and find those times at the moment. We'll see where they prop up to on the timing tower there on the left-hand side, as everybody looks to try and search for everything that is needed. You can see 3/10 down in the first sector for Sam Carpenter. The second sector will be coming up right now and trying to use only the middle of the track. A 51.9 there in the middle. That's not too bad. there from Sam Carpenter. This could be a pretty good top 10 challenger sort of time that we could be seeing right now if things work out the way of the final sector. Slightly missing the apex though. Going through Stowe, you can still carry the pace, but those are the half attempts that you need to try and crack down on in these sorts of races and these sorts of qualifying sessions to really make it happen. Jesper Eriksson's time's not good enough. He's 3 seconds off the pace. Sheldon Muscat jumps then into 14th, and then you've got Sam Carpenter looking for a time over the line, jumps ahead of Sheldon Muscat into 14th. Final sectors weren't that great, so now these drivers, they've got to find it all over again, and the worst part is they've used quite a bit of tyre life already.
Yeah, and that is the thing. You really have to be careful with the ties in this. Sheldon, of course, will be happy to be in front of his family member, but, yeah, still a bit ways down, and, of course, 4/10 to the next position. Carpenter, of course, is in the same group here as him, so he's gonna maybe try and get ahead. But, yeah, I think he's definitely got a long way up for this race, at least.
Well, it's all about finding it, and Sheldon Muscat is up in the first sector, a 32.521 there through the brand new part of the track, and it's not really quite fair anymore to say brand new, seeing it's been around for nearly 10 years now at this point, this layout of the circuit. Sam Carpenter, though, down in the first sector, so maybe no more improvements from 14th place. A good middle sector will be definitely needed, and I think Jesper Eriksson will be also hoping that there is time on the horizon. That's a much better first sector from him, a 32.6. That's done well, but the middle sector's not there again for Jesper Eriksson, 52.2. That really does show you how much Eriksson is struggling here with this USF 17 Tortoise and looking to try and get on through a big slide through Stowe Corner, and this may just have to be a tortoise in the hairstyle drive from Jesper Eriksson to get any points coming out of this one. So Jesper Eriksson through the final couple of corners, searching for a bit more time. Expect Sam Carpenter to dive down onto the lane. Eriksson thinks there's more on it here with a good last sector. Long drive to the line here in R-Factor 2, and does improve to 16th place. Sheldon Muscat, though, over the line and does jump up to 15th overall. With that one, slight improvements. Carpenter could not find enough despite a better final sector there over the line. That is everybody sorted out. It will be Risto Kappet then on pole position with Erhan Jajovski alongside for the R8G 1-2 at the front. Dennis Jordan starts third with Jan van der Heyde in fourth place, and Borja Millan fifth, and Jarl Teien in sixth place. Jernej Simoncic starts seventh, Yuri Kasdorp in eighth place. That will be surprising to a lot of people with, of course, their Alex Siebel and Nico Barclay making the top 10. The other 7 that you've got is Felipe Capamadjian there in 11th position with Tony Mella in 12th. Michi Hoyer starts 13th, Sam Carpenter 14th, with Sheldon Muscat, Jesper Eriksson, and then Jason Muscat rounding out the 17 car field that we have here today at Silverstone for the first of 3 in the Triple Challenge. And, well, there are a lot of things to be discerned about here from qualifying that we can really look at in terms of this one, Nicholas. But the big key is that Roma and Grosjean Esports, R8G, they look unfallible.
Yeah, most definitely. They're showing very good pace once again. And, well, this is what you would expect from a team led by a Formula 1 driver. But as well, I would have to say, Sancho is going quite well. And maybe, you know, pretty much the smallest team of the bigger pro esports teams here, our 2 resident meme lords, Borja Millan and Nico Barclay from the Monaco team. For them, really, it's taco time once again. And so maybe they can get out a very nice performance once again. Because when you just think this is going to be a match between the very big players, those 2 show up and they throw over the table and, yeah, out the turntables.
It's one of those things when you look at in terms of a racing team like Monaco, some teams get very, very professional in terms of how sim racing is going, prize pool, prizes, all of this rise that's coming up in terms of drivers looking to get everything working. But it's also worth talking about as well here, Nicholas, that a lot of teams as well, they race sim racing because it's fun. And the first rule of playing any game, be it on any sort of platform at all, is that the first rule of any game is that if you're not having fun, there's no point playing the game.
That's definitely the case, and I think the Monaco boys, they really do enjoy competing. I think for them, of course, it's a bonus if they would win, but they're one of the typical old community. They're one of the community pleaser teams, so it's really fun to always see them just mingle around. They did host that Monaco USF 10,000, or what was it? No, 20,000? I don't remember. Invitational event where we saw amazing racing back then, and yeah, it really goes to show they just are in this for the enjoyment. Of course, they want to win, because if you don't want to win, why are you in the race? And it's really good to see them always coming back. It's good to see an easygoing team like them to be competing here.
Absolutely it is, and it's worth talking about as well just how interesting this is going to be in terms of a points structure as well. We got 35 points for the race win, it's 30 for second, and it's 25 points for third. There is the starting grid right now as every driver starts to battle. Of course, it goes down. P6 gets 10 points, and then you get 1 point after that. The top 15 will all work out. It's 10 laps worth of racing, and it starts right now. Risto Kappet there getting an okay start, but Jajovski there alongside, maybe getting a better one. Angled to the inside through turn 1 and steals the race lead away from his teammate Risto Kappet, who fights back actually through turn 2 and looking towards turn 3. The mid-pack scrapping Borja Millan in there as well, but it's the two Romain Grosjean cars side by side through 3 into 4. Dennis Jordan there in third position. Switch back coming from Erhan Jajovski to get the inside here towards the Wellington straight, and suddenly Dennis Jordan's got a massive run as well behind. Everybody clean through.
Yeah, just look at Jordan here. He's right behind both of the Romain Grosjean cars now. But yeah, Jajovski, Kappet, over, under, over. Left, right, center, constantly side by side, and the rest of the field doesn't look that much different. Jajovski has the nose in front now, but Kappet is really not willing to let him go just yet.
But the North Macedon takes the advantage, almost 3 wide though for 11th position. Nico Barclay is right in the middle of Jesper Eriksson and Michi Hoyer. That's going to be very, very difficult to sort yourself out. Into cops, there's dramas, there's someone going through all the marker boards there on the right-hand side. That looked like it was Michi Hoyer, and it was. They're dropping now down to the back of the pack, so work to be done. Bang! Big contact. Round goes Sam Carpenter, and pretty much now delegated to the back of the field. If not now, yes, out of the race, and we catch it here on replay.
Yeah, a very unlucky case of events for him here. It seemed, just go a little bit too much over those curbs, and I think, he was just a bit too aggressive, I think, on trying to get to the optimal line, going to Maggots and Beckett's. Of course, a lot of drama there. Michi Hoyer taking out some of the brake markers first for cops, and then, chaos unfolded.
Absolutely it did, but the race still continues at the front of the field. 1 lap of 10 already scored complete then in the books right about, and just give it a couple of seconds because they have to get over to the line now. Erhan Jajovski leading this one, and they're trying to pull out a gap here, these two in the Romain Grosjean cars, because they know that it's a lot easier to fight with your teammate than it is to fight with someone maybe a little bit less predictable. Jan van der Heyde, for example, doing well. There's Nico Barclay in 11th, trying to get into the top 10 against Alex Siebel right now, but they can see just in front that battle for 3rd and 4th that's going on as Jan van der Heyde wants to try and get through. Barclay a little wiggle, but Jan van der Heyde wants the Zancho car up onto the podium, picking up 25 points here with a 3rd place finish. Every point matters here, and with 5 points, a big gap for those in the front 6 positions, it means so much to gain those extra 1 places. Van der Heyde all over the back, but searching for just a little bit of room here when you're driving with drivers who are so close together, Nicholas. Sometimes it's the very smallest of margins that you need to try and get yourself that big run.
Once you have that overlap, of course, they do have to give you some room as well, or they might endanger their own race. But yeah, we have had a lot of different starts here. Of course, the RAG cars are starting to gain a little bit. I think maybe just a little bit too much for Jordan and Van der Heyde to really feel comfortable. But I think one of the big winners of the start here was Jesper Eriksson, moving up to 12th place and being right behind Nico Barclay in that bigger group there.
Absolutely, he's doing a fantastic job as Jesper Eriksson, not the best qualifying in the world, but is doing very well. Onto the hanger straight, look at them serpentine. Well, we talk about the road to IndyCar, well, let's get them on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway looking like that with the way that they all move to the hard left-hand side of the circuit, looking for the marker boards, and now through the right. Oh! Huge correction there as the car snapped away from Jesper Eriksson, and he will just about lose a place to the Zancho car there of Tony Mella. Contact as they go through, but it's held by Eriksson. That would have been a very scary moment.
Yeah, Mella was really desperate to get through there, but I think he just didn't quite leave enough space there. And of course, Eriksson, that way, was able to maintain the position. It got a little bit too close maybe for Stowe, not quite anticipating how much the cars in front of him would slow down, but luckily no collision and no big loss of time. Meanwhile, we have the fight for P3. Jan van der Heyde still right on the back of Dennis Jordan. The two Germans, I think, are really serious about fighting for this position, but meanwhile, look at the Roman Grosjean cars. The gap is getting bigger and bigger.
It is towards them, but the gap's also getting smaller and smaller between Jajovski and Kappet. That one down to 0.3 of a second, and you saw how Jajovski wanted to break the draft, and Risto Kappet wanted absolutely none of it, heading towards there, that fantastic Brooklands corner, which is a little bit more open apex than it used to be as they funnel on through. We are on board with Risto Kappet right now, trying to make that progress. And what's worth talking about actually in that pack, third on backwards, is that Jan van der Heyde does not have free rein to attack. One small mistake, Borja Millan, Jernej Simoncic, Yuri Kasdorp, and then it all goes from there.
Yeah, none of them are really that far away, and we have some bigger groups here, a lot of two-way duels, but then I think that is with Jarl Teien, with Capamadjian, and who just now lost a lot of places, so something has happened there just through Maggotsback or Chapel, and yeah, that is it. That's a front wing on, I think.
It
Very
certainly is. We'll try and get a look at that as they were side by side for third position. We'll see what the end of that is. Oh, cuts the anti-cut curb slightly and then goes for a slide. No way to save it. And bang, there you go, into the Armco barriers, and that did not work out. So first and second, they stay exactly as they are for the moment as they push through. But there is third place, and there is the worry there. Dennis Jordan still holds Jan van der Heyde, and crucially, they are not losing that much time at the moment. Jajovski here is now starting to really hold up here, Risto Kappet, as they head towards turn number 3. That little wiggle would have cost a half-tenth, and they've got to be careful about losing those tenths here and losing those tenths there. It's so easy to get caught up in battles, and I think that group behind will understand, well, if those two at the front battle, there's no point in us battling if we want to fight for 35 points.
Yeah, most definitely, and they are trying to keep it more civil here, but now Jan van der Heyde really has that draft. Is he gonna make a move? No, he's not. He just thinks better of it. I think he's just gonna try and wait until the last couple of laps, maybe even the last lap, to make a move, because look at how they gain time right now. 1.5 seconds. I think it was almost 2 seconds a couple laps ago, if not last lap. So something must have happened with Jajovski and Kappet, that they held each other up a little bit too much.
They're still doing so. You can see there, middle of the road, driving from Erhan Jajovski on the run to Kopp's corner as they now try and find as much pace as they can going through these opening sections. Every driver inside the top 15 are now liable to score points if they finish the race, and that's key. And look at this then, from the rear, looking backwards for Erhan Jajovski, right underneath the wing. There is the worry, of course, of one certain Mr. Risto Kappet, who will want that place more than anybody else, it would seem, at this moment in time. Some fantastic pack racing here at Silverstone, and it proves again why R Factor 2 brings in brilliant racing time and time again. In through Stowe Corner, they come along once more. This could be where the run happens here for Risto Kappet. He's thinking about the inside. He looks at it, but there you can see he's just backing out of it ever so slightly, just wanting to manage the tyres. You can wear them a little bit more being stuck behind another driver in an open wheel style formula like this is. So this is just a case of management, you would feel. But crucially, that gap is coming down, and once that slipstream comes into play for someone like Dennis Jordan and co, everybody else joins up on the back of the train.
That will definitely be the case, I think, because look at how the gap is going down now, almost back to under a second. And meanwhile, we have this long train here once again with Alex Siebel and also Jarl Teien starting to close back up. Jarl Teien with a little bit of a wiggle there on the corner entry, so barely not touching the grass. I think there was that half a spin there back there? I think it was, maybe. But yeah, you can see these cars really sometimes struggling for grip, especially at the lower corners. They don't have a lot of downforce, but of course, every bit of downforce helps to have more cornering grip.
And now, what can you do in terms of this one? If you've got not much downforce, you know you're going to have to try and get things done on the straights and just try and hold on behind the car that you're racing with. And you can see that gap at the moment. It's come down to 9/10 now to Dennis Jordan and Risto Kappet. So that's going to be crucial here in terms of this. Inside that magical 1 second bubble where someone else punches a hole through the air for you. That's what Dennis Jordan and all of that train have been being patient for, working for, getting back to the leaders, and now having a 7-car fight for the race win, it seems. That's going to be the key. Jarl Teien behind, though, in 8th place, because he's worrying so much about Alex Siebel and Nico Barclay, and in fact, running wide there through Chapel. That's not going to be helpful at all. That means they're going to be starting to drop some time, and this is where all of the dramas start to come in. There's the front two going through, but now this is where you start thinking about, well, are you going to be selfish or not here between those drivers? Both of them want as many points as possible, Jajovski and Kappet, but it may just be if the pack behind starting to close on down, everybody else is going to have to start thinking about, okay, well, maybe we're going to have to play some dramas as we've got yellow flags there in Sector 3 for the time being. Didn't quite catch who that was. It looks like it's Jesper Eriksson.
Yeah, so a lot of people... Oh my god! And that was... I was about to say, a lot of people starting to crack under pressure there, and that was Erhan Jajovski.
Wow, it happens just like that. Pushing too hard through turn number 1, and there goes the mistake that gives Risto Kappet the race lead overall here in this one. Now Jajovski's got to be very, very careful here, because Dennis Jordan will want to attack quickly here to break up the train of Romain Grosjean cars at the front of this field. Not close enough yet, though, to make the move on the brakes. We catch on replay everything that had gone on. There's the slide through turn 1, just the back stepping out, trying to almost drift the car through the corner. That's never the quickest way with a little bit of sideways. Looks nice, you get flare points, but that's about it, really, that you could say here in terms of that little challenge moving on forward. But now Kappet back to the front of the field. Finally, there's one thing in Risto's mind. He has got to build a gap.
Yeah, that is definitely what is on his mind, because he still has a lot of fast drivers right behind him. And I think, even though it's his teammate, I think he would be very happy to, you know, maybe have Erhan busy with Jordan and Van der Heyde behind him instead of catching up back to him.
It's a good run from Jan van der Heyde, actually, and now look at this, trying to angle to the outside of the track early, but doesn't get a good enough punch to make that happen. Again, looking to the outside, getting in the mirrors, trying to force a mistake out here, and again, not quite able on the hanger straight to make that one happen. So back you go, and looking, oh, running wide goes Dennis Jordan, just catches a little bit of anti-cut there on the outside. That will put him at a bit of a disadvantage here as they go on through. This is really extending the gap out for the Romain Grosjean cars. Everyone's started to funnel back together, but it's still Dennis Jordan holding on to that 3rd place. And now you're almost in the same position now of, oh, we've got to do all that work all over again.
Yeah, that is the thing. You need to, when you pull out, you really need to be able to make that move stick. And in this situation, he just wasn't able to do it. He was able to pressure Jordan a little bit, which in the end, in retrospect, it doesn't work out for either of them particularly well, because they're now losing time to the front two again. However, I think Van der Heyde is now looking maybe at the more positional fight instead of the overall fight, because it's now already lap 7. And I think maybe in his mentality, I will try to go for the race win for another race, but here I really have to get past Dennis Jordan.
There's also that championship to think of. Every point really does matter here in terms of this. And of course, there are the stewarding team as well who will be working hard. Adrian Fagayo, the race director, and George Muscat, the chief steward, they will be both looking at this one very, very intently to see if any misdemeanors have been conducted over the course of this race, and if anybody will need a penalty over the course of the racing action that we have here today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 all start to chase then into the lefts and rights, but for the first time there, just ever so briefly, that gap jumping up over a second for Risto Kappet, who is seemingly top of the pops at the moment compared to everybody else behind. He has got a 1.1 second margin now, and I think Jajovski will be looking behind going, this might now be a fight for second place and on backwards here, and Jajovski may just have to protect team interest.
Yeah, but I think also what we're noticing right now, people are more frequent to do mistakes, especially with Erhan's little drift there through turn 1 through Abbey. I don't think that is going to be very beneficial for his tires. The tire wear 7 times really starting to show slowly. And, you know, I think with people like Jan van der Heyde and Dennis Jordan, I think they're going to be looking at Erhan thinking, maybe this is the limit of his tires, and if it is, we can profit from this.
And talking about drivers who profit from tyre saving, Jernej Simoncic there in 6th position has been stuck behind Borja Millan for a very long time, and the Borja has done everything possible to keep that 5th place and has done very well over the course of this one. There's your race leader, Risto Kappet. There is 5th place there, Borja Millan, trying to just keep this one all nicely wrapped up. It seems everyone's finding their own little scraps. There's that scrap as well, 8th, 9th, 10th. There as they fight out for maybe smaller points as well in the background, but for Borja at the moment, here's some side-by-side. Jarl Teien here having to deal with Alex Siebel ever so slightly, trying to go the long way around then at Luffield Corner, but again, just not finding it. And sometimes you have to go for those moves, knowing that they're not going to work, but you're trying to make the move happen that they don't want. Look how early in defence is Jarl Teien because of that run from Mr. Alex Siebel. He'll try and go the long way around Cop's Corner. Brave drivers do that, and suddenly we're side by side into the lefts and rights of Maggots and Beckett's. Who's got the bravery? It's not Alex Siebel. He backed out of it. He knew better.
Yeah, I think Siebel really had weighed up his options there because, you know, the margin between brave and stupid can be very, very thin in situations like these. He really made it work very well around the outside of Cops, but for Maggots, I think you really don't want to go side by side.
Dennis Jordan now really attacking Jajovski. How much tyre life did Jajovski use to try and keep back Risto Kappet? All of a sudden, this is where the fight comes into play. On the brakes they go. Look at them, nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail as they go through there, the Vale, and now into Club Corner and try and attack. They've got 2 laps now to try and work this one out between themselves. There's 2 spots on the podium here, and there are 5 drivers at the moment in this train. Soon to be 6 if Yuri Kasdorp can catch back up again. But Jajovski here has got to be so very, very careful here in terms of this run going forward.
Yeah, it's now just 2 laps to go. Maybe that's a bit of an ease of mind, so he only has to keep defending for these, well, 1 point something laps. But he really doesn't have any room to breathe because behind him right now is not just Dennis Jordan, Jan van der Heyde. In this time here, oh my god, and that is a lot of smoke coming from Borja Millan's engine. I was about to say, next up as well, we have Borja Millan and Jernej Simoncic, and all of them are quite close together. I think all of them are ready to attack, and maybe Borja Millan was a little bit too long in the slipstream there, now that his engine doesn't quite have enough cooling, and of course that is not something that you want. Yeah, Simoncic as well now, but I think at first it was Millan. Now they're both on, well, almost literally on fire, and I think that is going to be something that they have. Oh, is that actually losing pace though? Is he just cooling the engine, or is that losing pace? Oh no, the smoke is going back again, so that is fine for now, but it's of course time for worry because these engines don't really operate that long when the temperature is at extreme temperatures.
Oh, look at that. A big jink moving over. You can see how Simoncic get out of the toe. I need nothing of it. And the engine's starting to smoke for maybe the favourite. He's got to hope it doesn't expire on him in the next lap and a bit. Through there as Erhan Jajovski is able to hold it off. Is this going to be a cutback from Dennis Jordan? He's going to have to go the long way around here at the Vale corner. We've got 1 lap to go coming on after this. He tries to look up and under here and try and go around the outside, but he can't afford to be pushed too wide, and they both go wide. Here's Jan van der Heyde. in the Zancho car, trying to dive to the inside. 1 lap to go, and look at this. It's a who's who as they fight for the podium. Kappet will be really happy. It's still Jajovski for the moment, and somehow it's still Dennis Jordan who has held on to that 3rd place. Von der Heyde trying to go around the outside now, trying to find that position. On the brakes, Borja Millan trying to go now for the outside at 3. Inside line searches at turn number 4, and has this one worked out for the 1 Arco car? Oh, they come together! They come together, and both of them back across the circuit, and somehow they save it. But look at the positions, look at the points they're going to be losing. Jajovski still has to defend this one, though. Dennis Jordan looking every which way. Forget your lines of movement. Bang! Someone's into the Armco there in the background. Didn't quite catch who that was. It's Borja Millan, I believe it is. It is. He's out of the race then after a huge accident on the final lap. And now going through, Jajovski still holding on to that 2nd, but it's a fight of 2. It's got Jernej Jordan behind, and then the driver whose engine looked like it was about to expire, and that's Jernej Simoncic. And again, the smoke bellowing out of the back, and somehow there's still something working. Look who's got this one all nice and calm. Risto Kappet does at the front of the field. Jajovski, though, for the moment, has to be really, really cautious. There's one big overtaking opportunity coming up, and that's the long hanger straight, which has been a brilliant overtaking place so many times. Tony Mella has just jumped up into the top 10. Nico Barclay in 9th, Siebel 8th, and Teien now in 7th. Von der Heyde has dropped back into 6th. Kasdorp now inside the top 5 will have to defend, and they're all trying to work out their own little packs as they go on through. Jajovski weaving every which way. There's nothing you can do to catch that one. It's not going to be a move into Stowe Corner. It may just have to be the final corners once again where we see this one happening from Dennis Jordan. Heading through the final couple of corners then. It's a big defensive look. On the brakes they go round the outside. Risto Kappet doesn't mind that. He'll pick 35 points up in the first part of the Triple Challenge. He wins here at Silverstone. But now look at this. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and the push over towards the start-finish line. They stay as it was, just over the line. Some brilliant racing here in what was a titanic final lap.
What a lap. So much action in just a couple of corners. That was absolutely incredible. And yeah, I think Milan and especially Von der Heyde, they really didn't want that sort of contact. I think that was a little bit too aggressive from both of them. But look who really benefited from this. It's Yuri Kasdorp, just out of nowhere, coming up into P5. Simoncic, who we also had pretty much counted out for some time, with a smoking engine for the last 2 laps, coming up to P4 and barely just missing out on overtaking Jordan, even going side by side with him just over the line. But yeah, what a finish. Not so satisfactory for Zancho maybe at the end, but still really interesting for all of us here.
An absolutely crazy event in every stage of the word, and well, there's 2 more races coming up because we're taking a private jet which is supersonic as we go at Mach something or other to get ourselves over the other side of the globe. We'll be heading over to Sepang in Malaysia for the 2nd round, and of course we'll be driving around in the Radicals. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time from now, but we will be here with more racing action. Round 2 of 3 comes up shortly. World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your AMD Triple Challenge. We are in part 2 out of 3, and we move over from where we were in a gloomy Silverstone to where we are now in an even gloomier Malaysia at this stage. My name's Jesper Eriksson, it's Nicholas Hillebrand alongside me calling the action for you here today for your AMD Triple Challenge. And one of the big things as we look over towards what we've got going on right now is that there'll be 5 minutes of practice and 15 minutes of open qualifying for everyone. You can have as many laps as you like trying to find that time. But the big key is that just looking at things at the moment right now, Nicholas, in terms of how things are going right now, there is just that little bit of rain which is just going around. Not much, but it's enough that it's dampening up the circuit and making life just a little bit difficult for these drivers. This is going to be tough here. We're in practice right now, but qualifying is going to be so crucial to see whether that track is dry enough to actually be running here. A slick tyre maybe for 1 lap, maybe 2.
It's going to be the point of who gets the fastest lap in the quickest, because now that it's raining, everyone says rain is the big equalizer, but I think in this case it's the big gambling factor, because we slowly have the wetness going up to from 0 to 11% across the track. It's very, very light rain, so something very, very, very nearly extinct around Malaysia, because we know it from F1, it's either bone dry or it's a complete tsunami, so the track is pretty much underwater. We've seen that so many times already in real motorsport, and of course as well, whenever we had real weather for Malaysia, the similar weather conditions were the case. But here we have light rain, so everyone is just testing out limits now. I see so many people still out on softs, but a couple people here, I think Yuri Kasdorp, then this should be Jernej Simoncic, Siebel, Michi Hoyer, they're all trying out the wets if they're not already working now. Of course they have to consider as well the 3 times tyre wear here.
They certainly do have to consider that tyre wear, and they also have to consider what's the right call in terms of this qualifying session that will be coming up. Of course, we're talking about 15 minutes. They've also got to think about championship pictures as well, because this is the key in terms of this strategy. If drivers are trying out the wet tyre now, then they lock themselves effectively, if the track gets wetter, out of that dry tyre. And if they make the wrong choice here, Nicholas, then that could be a huge disaster, as we see one driver going for a huge slide there in their Radical. And we haven't even talked about the fact that they have changed car. Of course, they're now in this fantastic Radical that they are driving around the SR3XX. And now what's going to be key here is that you go from an open wheel style of driving to learning the basics of prototype driving.
Well, overall, the car isn't too different. They have 195 brake horsepower, I think, if they do have the 1340cc engine. So it's a motorbike engine, which normally you would think, it's maybe a little power, but this car only weighs 620 kilos and it accelerates from 0 to 60 miles an hour in 3.1 seconds.
Well, that tells you all you need to know. Power to weight ratio is looking really, really strong with this sort of vehicle, and that's what makes it a nightmare to challenge, as Felipe Capamadjian just proves there, going through the left and the right of turns 5 and 6 out on track before the 7-8 double rights here going on through this very, very tough section of road. But this is where you talk championship. We say rain sometimes can be the great equalizer. When it comes to this session, rain could change the whole dynamic of this second race, and whoever picks up a big win, well, they're going to put themselves right in that championship hunt. The person who's got to play defence, well, he's on screen right now. Risto Kappet needs as many points as possible.
At the moment, he's looking quite good to do so with the pace he's showing. At the moment, we see him on dry tyres still. So we have Jarl Teien doing the first lap with a 34.0 in the first sector, and Risto so far did a 33.3. Now we already get spray coming up, so quite a bit of rain coming to pour down now. Erhan Jajovski comes with a 2:10.817, so 3 seconds faster almost than Jarl Teien. But yeah, at the moment it seems the soft tyre is still the way to go.
Well, it's all down now to qualifying and how close it is going to be. With everyone is going to be scrambling out there, trying to get track position. All 17 cars out there at exactly the same time. That's going to make life incredibly difficult to try and pick and choose where you need to be. Because if you've got a track that's getting wetter and wetter, well, there's one thing that you need: track position, and you need the driest possible track, Nicholas.
Most definitely. But one big advantage that our sim racers have, as opposed to the real drivers, right now they're only sitting in their rooms, so they themselves have it dry, unlike the in-game driver who's going to get rain from above and, of course, the spray off other cars.
And of course, when they are going to be out there driving, what is going to be very, very noticeable is how those opening times are going to be conducted. Maybe these drivers need to just have that conversation with themselves and think, okay, this is the time where we focus. And look at this party here on pit exit. Everybody wanting to get themselves out there. Everybody wanting to get themselves going. What's the key right now? Well, it doesn't look wet at all. It seems like the sun has come out, not tomorrow, but today. And those who thought, was it time to come out on wet? That does not look like it's going to be the case. It is bone dry out there right now. So forget everything that we just said for about the last 5 to 10 minutes. This is a dry qualifying right now.
Yeah, everyone seems to have changed back to soft tires. The only opposition to that on the display right now is Alex Siebel, who seems to have one axle on softs and one on wets.
What?
So that's a very interesting strategy if that turns out to be true. But yeah, now in the dry, everyone's just going to start pumping out these lap times again, and it's completely dry so far. So we're just going to see complete and pure, unadulterated pace.
That's mad from Alex Siebel if that's the case. But Jarl Teien at the moment, we've got focus on the Zanshow car then, making progress here towards this fantastic hairpin here at turn number 9. Always a place where you can send one down the inside and get things going. This track is all about elevation and off-camber corners, and one of the first Herman Tilke designed tracks, which really gave him a reputation as the go-to Formula One track designer when it comes to this place. This is a tough track, and one which I think is very sorely missed in certain racing series. I think it offers so much in terms of racing, and in fact in terms of challenge for tyres as well, because this track is a tyre killer. There's a lot of medium to high speed corners where you've put a lot of load on the tyres, so I think a lot of these drivers will be looking at this going, well, this first lap has got to be really, really crucial.
Most definitely it will be. It's really the difficulty of Malaysia, because look at this, even though it is a hairpin, it's still quite decently fast because of the high corner radius, and that is stuff where the tires are really squealing in pain. But the big thing here is that, as you said, medium speed corners, that is where the tires will suffer most, because it's really that part where the most load will be on mechanical grip, but the aerodynamic grip is slowly starting to set in there. So we have to see how people will deal with this.
Absolutely. Through the long turn 1, turn 2, and now down and up the hill through turn number 3, looking to try and carry as much speed as possible for the braking zone. A great overtaking opportunity is turn number 4. On the brakes, 32.8 then for Jarl Teien was the fastest first sector of anybody. He has just been beaten right now as he heads through 5 and 6. These long left and right-handers, which really do test the car control and the balance of the car as you go through. 7 and 8 now, they start to crop up next. These two jutting right-hand corners, which flow into one single right, and you try and carry as much speed as possible through there. Mind the grip there on the exit like Vitaly Petrov, and now you head towards this next left-hand corner here, this hairpin at turn number 9, which so many drivers want to make this move. Very tough on the power on the exit as well. This next right becomes a battleground. 41.4 middle sector there for Jarl Teien. Can be very happy with that one. Suddenly that one also does get beaten down the hill through that turn at number 12, and now through the lefts and rights of 13, 14. This one is such an iconic corner because it's right and then you're braking while turning, which is the toughest thing that a car can do. And Nicholas, now just one corner remains, and it's that hairpin which, of course, now in recent times has turned into an off-camber nightmare.
Yes, indeed, and it really is a torture for the tires, and of course, because it's off-camber, you do struggle a bit with mid-corner grip. We see him going in here now, and there's so many different lines for this corner as well. Do you go for an early apex? Do you go for a late apex? And a lot of people try different lines for this. But now we have Jarl Teien with the first set time with a 2:07.04, and instantly gets beaten by Yuri Kasdorp, who instantly gets beaten by our defending man, Risto Kappet.
Who leads the championship after that first one. One of the Muscats getting over the line. Carpenter with an okay time. Dennis Jordan is over the line in 5th place. He's a second off the pace. Michi Hoyer, though, has found a good time up there into 3rd place. Tony Mella's crossed the line there in now 7th position, being beaten by both Borja Millan and Nico Barclay as well. There is Erhan Jajovski, got a purple first sector, but that's all it was. Then going second by nearly 3/10 over Risto Kappet here for this one. There's Sheldon Muscat in 14th position right now, searching for some times out there on circuit. We are down to 16, not 17 here in terms of moving from one session to the next. So we have just lost one in terms of trying to get all of the times working together for this one. And I do believe that this is going to be a really big challenge for a number of drivers here today to get the times that's needed. But what is crucial is Kappet at the front, and this is a lot more elongated than it would be otherwise. Sheldon Muscat going 10th position there with that one, 1.9 seconds adrift. Risto Kappet here, Nicholas, should be happy with that first time. A 2:06 flat, but of course there is more time on the horizon to be had.
He'll definitely be happy with this, but I think who will be even more happy right now is the entire team of Roman Grosjean Esports. They're locked out 1, 2, 3. And what sort of psychological trauma must that be for other teams right now, especially with the sort of gap they have in front? Right behind them is Burst Esports with their 2 drivers, Hoyer and Simoncic, but of course it's still a big challenge.
And Jernej needs to do really well here. Remember, finished off in 4th position in that opening one. Dennis Jordan maybe will be the bigger surprise out of everything here as Kappet goes on to finish a 2nd lap here, almost halfway in qualifying, scored and complete. We have ourselves 8.5 minutes just about as crossing the line he goes. Slightly slower there on that lap by about nearly 3/10 of a second. Jajovski is down in the first 2 sectors as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see a fresh set of boots coming out and getting on for racing in the not too distant future. But key in terms of this to all of what is going on right now is who can mitigate the damage factor. Of course, it's another 10 laps worth of racing, but what's key around that 10 laps is that it's clearly unpredictable on what's going to happen. Kappet's got to be really careful about how this one's run. There's Yuri Kasdorp in 3rd, who we expected to be good when it came to the prototype, and it looks like that is the case in 3rd place.
Most definitely it is, and I think he really is one of the guys who is for surprises here. Simoncic now goes up to 3rd place, jumps ahead of Hoyer and Kasdorp there, and I think that was an improvement by about half a second. So Jernej obviously still has something in his pocket, hasn't gotten quite everything put on the road yet, and I think this qualifying format might suit him a little bit better.
It certainly will, as that is Alex Siebel, I believe, jumping up into 7th place ahead of Jarl Teien, who is there in 8th place right now. The top 8 split by a second. Nico Barclay in 9th. Dennis Jordan having to make a lunge down the inside to try and get some more lap time working out there at the moment. Big surprise, though, is Jan van der Heyde, only down in 12th position right now, really hating the Radical.
Yeah, Radical, it is really an own car, because it's not quite as big and powerful as, for example, the Orica 07. And, well, it's not quite as small and, well, powerful as, for example, the USF 17 that we had just now. But then again, van der Heyde, we really know that he can sometimes whip these great laps out. And at the very start of qualifying, he wasn't that far up either in the USF 17s, so maybe he just needs a bit more time until he can put all of his pace on the road.
The one driver who hasn't set a time is Felipe Capamadjian. He was the missing man in terms of all of this. He'll need to try and get out on track soon as we take a look from inside his garage in terms of what he's got looking at right now, and that is the virtual fans here. And there is that long pit exit or pit entry that they have to go on. And it was one of those tracks where I looked at it actually when I was a very budding 5-year-old and could never find the pit exit around here, Nicholas.
Yeah, sometimes it is quite tricky, especially when you have 2 pit lanes as well. So, yeah, for the junior races, I think in Formula 1, Formula 2 actually uses that second pit lane on the back straight. Now we have the first couple people already coming to the pits as well. I think Simoncic was second or maybe third who's coming to the pits now to get a new set of rubbers and head out again for another lap.
And of course, it's all about who's going for that one final lap. Of course, when they start a qualifying lap here in this open format session, they are allowed to finish the lap. There is Michi Hoyer over the line, remaining in that 5th position right now in the Burst Esports car. So work to be done, but Michi will be very happy with the fact it's P5 at the moment. It was a lot worse when it came to that opening race, and points are definitely going to be needed here, especially when they're thinking about a Ferrari at Sebring for the final round of the championship tonight.
Yeah, the Ferrari, I think, weighs as much as both of the cars that we had just now and right now together, but it also has more power than both of these cars combined, so that's going to be an entirely new experience for all of them.
Absolutely. Jernej Simoncic then on an out lap right now, looking for those times. In terms of where other drivers are being situated right now, you've got the likes of Borja Millan down there in 10th place, as work to do to gain all those points he lost after effectively getting involved in a little bit of an altercation there with, of course, Jan van der Heyde towards the end. And, well, Jan, in terms of that incident that we saw earlier on, as there go the R8G cars looking to get back out on track. In terms of that incident that we saw from the earlier stages, Jan van der Heyde was trying to give the corner up, but was really not expecting Borja Millan to take as much track as he did.
Well, it's a classic misjudgment, and of course in open wheelers, as soon as the wheel gets entangled with something, it's gonna spin around, so I think it was just a case of really, really bad luck. And yeah, no use. It's no use overall crying over spilled milk. So you know they just have to move on with this result. I think Milan would have, you know, is especially well taken aback by this and wants to make up for that mistake right now because he lost the most out. I think.
Yeah. Green first sector for Michi Hoyer. Green second sector for Michi Hoyer. This is looking like a better lap time right now and trying to search to close that gap down. 2/10 to Yuri Kasdorp. It's a slower final sector, but it is an improvement on time. Able to bring the gap down to 0.04 of a second. Now, if that final sector was exactly how it needed to be, Michi Hoyer would have jumped up past Yuri Kasdorp and would have made life just a little bit more difficult for the R8G drivers, as they would have had to have dealt with 2 burst cars right behind. Now they've got Kasdorp in 4th place and Hoyer in 5th. Life becomes a little bit easier. It becomes a bit more of a swarm for those R8G drivers to really try and deal with. But, of course, there is still, of course, the fact of Dennis Jordan there in 6th place, who could still be a huge factor in this championship push. The key here is Erhan Jajovski going to be satisfied with second once again? He knows if he wants to get good results, got to be at the very, very front of this field, and he's got to pick up a win here against Kappet. Otherwise, there is that very, very eager thing of countback, which would mean that Kappet would need 4th or higher to win the race.
It's going to be very difficult indeed, but meanwhile, while we were already a bit ahead of ourselves, Borja Millan with a stunning lap time up to 3rd place, only 3.8 tenths behind. But meanwhile as well, you talked about Michi Hoyer, he did a nice improvement, but meanwhile Dennis Jordan is really looking good with a much faster first sector, with a overall best second sector, and which actually just got topped, I think. And yeah, once again looking very strong here. Now for the 3rd sector, we're gonna see where it brings him, but if he gets this together quite nicely, he wraps it up,
Bang!
Up to pole position, 1/10 ahead.
1:10, Dennis Jordan came to play. The track is coming into life here with 1.5 minutes to go. Dennis Jordan's got one more lap here that he's got available. It's a 2:05 lap time, and crucially, it's the first driver into the 2:05s. But Risto Kappet is out there on a flying lap. He's got a 32.4 opening sector. That's green for him. That's his best opening sector so far. He'll be looking for that second sector and hoping that's going to be working as well. Likes of Jajovski on a lap. Simoncic is out there on laps as well. Everybody is trying to search for a bit of time, and they don't have long to find it. This is where the gauntlet gets thrown down.
Most definitely it is. And look at Kaspet's and Jajovski's now middle sectors coming up, because that is going to be quite close. Kasdorp there with the fastest sector done so far with a 40.9. Jajovski and Kappet both slower than that with a 41.0, but in the first sector they were just 0.006 of a second across from each other. And it's really going to be interesting how it counts down now. Simoncic now up to second place. So he is saying hello again with a fastest final sector, but now we have so many people in the last sector looking to make an improvement, and we're really going to see now who is able to get that all together into one lap.
This is going to be tight for the line as well. They may have one more opportunity if they get there. So Kappet through the final corner. 10 seconds left on the clock and should get one more in the book. His teammate might not. Kappet over the line, back to the top. 1/10 clear of Yuri Kasdorp in second. Here is Jajovski. The checkered flag expires and he goes second by 0.07 of a second only as he went on through. Kasdorp's got one more attempt here to find an extra 10th. But it is R8G 1-2-3 as things stand. So they found an extra 0.3 compared to everybody else in this field, and that's from Kasdorp to Jordan. So that's all working. Dennis Jordan's got no time going through. He's not quicker in the opening sector. Simoncic looks like he's out of it right now with a slow first sector. Barclay's not got anything. Has Borja Millan in 7th. Got something to play with heading towards it. Kappet slower in the opening sector this time, but knows he has to defend against Jajovski. This may be here at this stage, Nicholas, an R8G showdown for the title.
This might very well be, and Yuri Kasdorp, of course, he's not that far behind in the standings. Of course, he's behind Kappet and Jajovski, but he would look very well for P3 right now in the standings before the final race. But either way, 1-2-3 for R8G, and that is something that is, of course, alarming for all other teams involved.
Exactly, and this is why Roman Grosjean has brought an esports team into the fray. Didn't do so with all the bells and whistles either. It was very, very quiet, and say it how it needs to be said. That was what he was looking for. That is what he's got. And 1-2-3 at the moment, you can't really fault the way that they're going about this. They have been so prepared, so diligent, and this is the sort of winning mentality that you get going to a French team, getting some of the best drivers from that French team, and now effectively becoming one of the biggest players of the game.
It seems that way, and I think sometimes a healthy work environment can just get a little bit more out of you than you normally think you have. And especially working in a professional team such as Roman Grosjean Esports, I think for all of them involved, for Erhan Jajovski, maybe it got another % out of his performance. For Risto Kappet, it maybe got his morale to work hard a little bit up and improve his pace as well. And for Yuri Kasdorp, I think, having good teammates, to depend on, and, that he already knows he gets along with, I think that's also a big morale booster. And with a good team environment like that, I think you can just soar to new heights.
I think you certainly can, and we have seen it so many times before. A new team just gives some life to some drivers, and they find an extra 1/10, 2/10, maybe sometimes upwards of half a second if the setups are starting to work out in favour. But now is the focus. The focus becomes to who can take race 2 here when it comes to the racing at Malaysia. We're at Sepang. We got Sebring coming up as we will jet again over the globe, over to the United States of America. But this 10 laps becomes a huge, huge crucial battleground to see. And the question now becomes, well, is there going to be any argy-bargy, Nicholas?
Well, with the top 3 being RHG Esports, they do have a bit of a better chance to escape some carnage at the start. But Dennis Jordan is right there and ready, and I think he is not one of the guys to really give anyone a break, as we've seen. Very good defensive driver, but of course we saw Erhan Jajovski, as soon as his tires were gone, Dennis was there and he was ready to strike.
We're going to be back very, very quickly with the race in just a couple of moments' time, ladies and gentlemen. Back with more after this. Back, ladies and gentlemen, here at this fantastic Sepang circuit here in Malaysia for the second of 3 of the AMD Triple Challenge. Racing action coming to you in the next couple of moments with so much more on the horizon. But the big question now becomes, it's almost a case of best of the rest now we start to look at. Dennis Jordan looked very good in qualifying here. My name's Jesper, that's Nicholas Hillerbrand alongside. You had the likes of Dennis Jordan looking good, but crucially Michi Hoyer and Jernej Simoncic. How will Burst react to trying to find that time, trying to break apart the lock of the podium?
I think Burst is one of these very, very skilled teams that can really just bring these surprises. I mean, Jernej is always good for a surprise. In Michi, of course, with his gained pace in the last year, he's also very good for a surprise, as we saw in the qualifying session. And yeah, I think if both of them stay error-free, if both of them can just get that good start going, because, of course, once again, it's a standing start, they might be looking very well for today. But, of course, we also have to count in, though, if it maybe is going to rain.
Well, rain is definitely going to be something that I think a lot of people will be looking up at the skies and hoping that it's all going to be okay. But on top of that as well, you have to look at maybe drivers who don't have anything to lose at this stage. Jan van der Heyde, Borja Millan, both of whom running into troubles at the end of the opening race that we saw at Silverstone. Now could be the time for them where they really just have to knuckle down and say it's a case of we gain as many places as we can and we see where we lie. It might just be one of those races where they're thinking of not winning this event outright, but outright shot of a top 3, which could get them a little bit of nice hardware to boot.
There's always definitely the top 3 possible. I think at the moment Jan van der Heyde has a better shot than, for example, Borja Millan. But then again, Borja Millan is 1 row right ahead of him. So maybe they're going to battle it out again on track. But yeah, it's looking sunny right now. So for some people, it's going to be a massive relief. For others, maybe a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, it's bright and sunny. There are the lights, procedures starting. Risto Kappet on pole, and let's get ourselves going then. It's very not often that you see prototypes getting off of the line on a standing start, but the top 3 all falling into formations they go through. Dennis Jordan's had an absolutely fantastic start. Michi Hoyer has gone nowhere here as they funnel into turn 1. Side by side they go, 4 wide in the middle as they funnel on through. That was Hoyer, and almost contact there between some of the RHG cars, and that allows Simoncic through on Yuri Kasdorp then, jumping up into 3rd place as they go through turn 2 and now the long turn 3. Kappet has the race lead. That's very crucial for what he needed to do. Jajovski 2nd, but Jernej Simoncic has already got one of the trio out of the way.
A lot of moving and looking for insides and outsides. Millan goes past Muscat there. Muscat has gained quite a few places at the start, I think. And so has Hoyer. Hoyer on the very inside at turn 1. That was insanely brave from him because this long corner, you can really very quickly make contact there.
And very nearly did there, as that is Borja Millan just ahead of Jarl Teien, who muscled through against Jesper Muscat, gaining the place exactly how it was needed to do. We also had Dennis Jordan fighting with Nico Barclay, and it was Jordan who was able to hold that off for the moment. On the brakes they go into the very, very difficult turn number 9, out on track, and funneling away is Erhan Jajovski, who looks pretty close then through the middle sector. It looked a lot closer in the qualifying times as Simoncic starting to fall back ever so slightly. This is Teien though in 10th, looking at 9th place maybe here against Borja Millan, who's got nothing to lose here in this scenario right now. Every place needs to be masterminded, as well as the battle at the back with Sheldon Muscat and Jesper Eriksson, who are off the back of the pack.
Yeah, so there's battling everywhere. Kappet now closed the gap down a little bit again. Jajovski really with good consistency here. It seems that it's pretty much half a second gaps at the moment. And I think the dirty air in these cars might kick in a little bit more than with the Formula cars we had before, funnily enough.
That certainly could be the case as they go through the final corner, look to put the power down on the exit and attack in that next section. It looks like somebody's looking a little bit defensive going through. Teien has got ahead again of Borja Millan, getting it done, but now here's the switchback chance, and Muscat might want in for 3 wide in towards turn number 1. On the brakes they go. Oh no, off contact. That's Muscat in the wall then on the run to turn number 1, backwards into the Armco, and that is not how you want that one to go around. Was thinking about 3 wide going on through. Now, was there contact? We just moved away, was looking maybe to go to that inside of there. Oh, it's the switch the lanes. That was a case of just trying to get into the toe to get something back and not realizing, no, you got one more alongside you there. Use your mirrors a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was a bit in the blind area for Teien, but definitely not the kind of result that Muscat was hoping for. Definitely was on a better road than for the USF 17 race, but that's how quickly it can finish, because they have to race close. Of course, they want to stay as long in the slipstream as possible, but of course the others very aggressive on defending. Everyone is fighting for something, and mistakes like that can happen very quickly.
I think Jarl Teien will have a little look at the stewards right now and go, oh no, I'm in a bit of trouble here. And there is Capamadjian off the road, and that looks like that could be not ideal there for the GT Omega Esports driver going through 7 and then into turn 8. Is this a case of trouble on the exit? Just running wide, and that looks like that could be one of those technical varieties of issues that you see a driver just trying to pull it off the road, sort out some issues, and well, the car does not look very good. That looks like it's a retirement then for Felipe Capamadjian there, and not of the variety you would have wanted. Very much like an engine blowout there. That looks like a PC style of issue.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, and it's really difficult with these cars because, of course, they're motorcycle engines. You have to rev everything out of them to get your fair share of power. And, of course, on downshifts, and it seemed to be for the downshifts for the final 2 corners in this middle sector of the second sector, 7 and 8, I think he may have been a bit too aggressive on the downshifts there and may have just blown the engine that way.
Very easy to do, side by side, then it's going to be for Jesper Muscat, looking to try and get back through the field, past Jesper Eriksson then, and gets that one done. They're also fighting a bit here, Jan van der Heyde, and then you've got Mella in there as well, trying to get this one, and Jarl Teien. So look at this, it's all the Zancho cars, funnily enough, who are in this nice little scrap, and what can one Mr. Tony Mella do to find the place here? Looking at the inside at turn number 4, it's a fight for the top 10. Teien's good for the moment though, and you can see they're all just using all of the road, a little bit of that gravelly stuff there, just being kicked up there as they go through turn 4 and now through the long 5 and 6.
And one thing to also consider here is that the white lines, of course, they are rather thick at this circuit, so you also can lose some grip on there when you brake a bit too aggressively. But luckily, no one seems to be caught out by that so far.
Yeah, and it's computer issues that we are hearing for Felipe Capamadjian. That is the retirement issue then, just going off of all that we have seen. Risto Kappet at the front of the field has led every lap so far, has led every single kilometre so far in this one. Erhan Jajovski just behind. Jernej Simoncic is in third. Kasdorp fourth. Jordan fifth. Barclay sixth. And Siebel in seventh. Everybody just about still within a 1 second window to the car in front, and that makes life very difficult. If you want to join us with World Pro Racing, you can always go to worldproracing.com to sign up for your own racing action. There's casual races, special events. There's a lot of stuff coming up in the pipeline. Make sure that you join in for all of the fun. On the brakes they go, through the left of the final corner, and time to go and attack again as you go down the front stretch once more. And this is one of the keys about racing around here. There's two huge straights to have a big draft on, and really, top speed is something that is very much a desirable quality.
Yes, of course it is, but at the same time, people will have to look at their engine temperatures once again. We saw the smoke in the last race, and this car is a little bit more sensitive to that. Meanwhile, we have Borja Millan drive-through for the incident on Jesper Muscat, and yeah, that is a bit unlucky for him.
When it rains, it pours, very much like this circuit here at Sepang for one Mr. Borja Millan. It seems like any hopes of a top three, they have just been dashed right there and then. So now, moving on forward, Risto Kappet is trying to break out a gap. That gap was 3/10 for the opening couple of sections. And then you've got what's coming up next, of course, which is the rights of 5, 6, and now 7 and 8, which will be coming up on the horizon. So we'll keep an eye on that as it all goes on. But every place matters. And crucially, Risto Kappet being out in front wide. Oh dear, Yuri Kasdorp. That's a bit of a mistake they're going through, and this could have been a chance for Dennis Jordan to get back into fourth position, consolidate some points compared to Jernej Simoncic here in terms of the championship push for third place. Remember, Risto Kappet at the front here, Nicholas. If he gets this, he moves 10 points clear. Goodbye, Michi Hoyer. He goes for a slide.
Yeah, definitely not the kind of mistake that you want here. Of course, with these cars, you know, you can slide them a little bit, but you lose a lot of time, and while not 7 times tire wear, we still have 3 times tire wear in this, next to the 4 times fuel rate, so that's going to be quite interesting to see as well, with the cars rapidly becoming lighter.
And it's all about these vehicles trying to get on through and gain places time and time again. That's Jarl Teien off the road, and that's not ideal then. Going off then in the gravel and getting that one all wrong there through the long right-hander. This is a very tough corner, and you can see here on the brakes, and oh, just the back wants to step out, and around you go, 360 style.
Yeah, difficult braking zone there, especially in these high downforce cars, because of course you lose a whole lot of downforce as you go slower, and of course you're in that mid to high speed turn 13 right-hander, and then slowly slowing down for turn 14, which is, well, I think 3rd or 4th gear in these cars. Meanwhile, Jajovski looking for the offensive into turn what is that, 3? No, 4, sorry, and not quite able to make it complete.
Well, it was a lot of a close-up job then from Erhan Jajovski. That gap had come right down to 0.2 of a second. It was up at 6 at this point 1 lap ago. So now you start feeling here, Erhan Jajovski was just biding some time, saving a bit of fuel. Remember, the fuel wear rates as well here in this second race have been modified as well to be accelerated. So these drivers have to be really careful with how much they can go out there and attack. The top 3 starting to break away. Jernej Simoncic is not done, but it is Erhan Jajovski who wants in on the action and wants to get close enough to make sure some positions are starting to be changed here in this one. At the moment, you've got Kasdorp 4th, Jordan 5th. As things stand, Simoncic moves up a position into 3rd, as Sheldon Muscat also goes for a trip through the kitty litter.
Yeah, a lot of people are starting to get caught out here. See that, like, the curbs, not the tires. The curbs are quite tall here, and of course, once you hit them in a car that low to the ground, it's pretty much going to just send you flying, and off into the gravel you go. So a mistake can be made very quickly here. Risto Kappet still looking very, very comfortable. He's basically exchanging sector times with Erhan Jajovski right now. Erhan was 0.3 faster in the first sector. In the second, Risto was 0.3 faster. And let's have a look at the final sector.
Even.
It's yeah, pretty much even. So, you know, they are just having a nice little drive in front. Meanwhile, though, Jernej Simoncic is not sleeping. He's right on their back, and he is very determined, it seems, to put a stop to the double lead for Roman Grosjean Esports.
Yep, Yuri Kasdorp's trying everything here to try and close things off. Remember, Jordan needs to get up into fourth position, mitigate the damage over towards, say, something going on. Into the pits, though, goes Sam Carpenter, then from 14th position. Now, this is going to look very interesting in terms of how this one is going to play out, and up on the jacks there trying to get some tyres working. Worth pointing out that we do have a case of identification issues there. Borja Millan did not cause the incident, it was Jarl Teien. We'll have another little look with the stewards and see whether that decision will be changed or not. But top three at the moment, 0.8 of a second between them. Risto happy at the front, but this could be a case of, well, drivers behind, they might want to get through, and that's a good run there through turn 8. From one Mr. Erhan Jajovski right now, and on the brakes they go into the next left-hand corner. It's not quite close enough just yet. It's more waiting game.
And it's really interesting to constantly see how much Erhan is pushing that car. We could see as he came into turn 7, he was sideways, almost like a MotoGP bike into that corner. And now going through the high-speed corners there, 12 and now 13. Look at him taking that entirety of the curb while Risto is trying to stay off of that. It's really interesting to see the different lines here, and he's coming so close there, but then losing out a little bit again on the exit.
And they're running out of time as well, but they've only got 4 laps to go when they cross the start-finish line. There is Nico Barclay in 6th position here in this race at the moment, and looking at the back of Dennis Jordan going, I just wish I was a little bit closer. Talking of closer though, look how close Jajovski was going through that final corner. Keeps the gap down, and Simoncic will pick up the tow as well, and this could start to get a little bit dicey with the Roman Grosjean cars here. Moving over to that inside line to defend his Kappet here. It's going to have to be the long way for Jajovski through turn 1. If he can hold it around the outside, he's got the inside for 2. The 2 R8G cars come together, and that's going to put Jajovski wide. Simoncic tried to be there, scrapping for the position. He's not going to get there, and that was Kappet sliding into the side of his teammate, and there might be a few words.
Very aggressive moving there from Jajovski, but what car control from all of them. But now Simoncic is right on the back of them, so that's not quite what they want, especially not this. I know it's lap 7, but this early into the race, because they will need the rest of their tire wear, and I think Erhan Jajovski after the last race is especially a guy who has problems with this. They will need the tire wear for the last couple of laps, so Risto will probably be thinking, come on Erhan, don't attack me here, you're giving us both at risk to Jernej just come in. And Jernej, we said it at the very start of this, he is a tire-saving pro. So it's really a big risk both of them are taking right now.
Exactly, that's going to be key. Jarl Teien has just served the penalty then after what has happened earlier. Everyone trying to put the power down as early as they can out of that fantastic turn 9 corner and up the hill through 10 into 11, and then you got 12, 13 as well, which comes along this very tough second sector into last sector as they push on through. Risto Kappet trying to pull out a gap in the middle sector. That's where he's gaining most of the advantage here over his teammate Erhan Jajovski, the North Macedon, as they start to push on through the corners and try and get everything working in line. So they're all trying to think about what can they do. Look behind though at Yuri Kasdorp. He's got to go hard to the alternate pit wall right now. He's trying to shake off Dennis Jordan, but Dennis Jordan's holding on like it's a stick he definitely doesn't want to let go of right now. Not the best analogy in the world, but he's definitely not wanting to let go.
Yeah, most definitely. Dennis Jordan really trying to keep up with Yuri Kasdorp right there, and I think he is very well able to do that. Right behind them, though, we also have Nico Barclay and Alex Siebel, Jordan's teammate, so that is going to be quite interesting to see as well, if they can maybe pick up the pace a bit and turn that two-way fight into a four-way fight. Meanwhile, the entire top 3 are also starting to slow down because of Jajovski's and Kappet's fighting, so we might even, if we get very lucky as spectators here, get a 7-way fight for the lead.
Erhan Jajovski nearly put the car into a spin there. He had to really fight through turn number 1 to get the car pointed back in a straight line, and did a very, very good job of doing so. These drives will be using all of that weight that's there just to try and slide through the corner. With a light car like this, you can be so much more aggressive. You can throw the car into a couple of corners. And Jernej Simoncic just behind, well, he's got to think about what he's racing for. He will want those 2 positions because he knows if he can get Jajovski and Kappet, he's fighting for position 1 and a championship push. If he's there in 3rd place, he's thinking about 3rd place and only what he can get as he goes on through. So that's going to be a little bit of a disaster right now. Kasdorp there in 4th is basically saying to one Mr. Dennis Jordan, you are going to be on the outside looking in when you head over to Sebring.
And that is definitely the thing that will be the most interesting here. How will the points look when we head to Sebring? Of course, it's going to be provisional as well, because some penalties will still be handed out, such as, well, the live penalty we just had to Jarl Teien. But of course, some incidents will be looked at later, because people will have the chance to protest it. So we're not going to be looking at the final results, but of course, Kappet, he will want all the wins he can get.
He certainly can. He's just got a gap now, 0.6 of a second now. 2 laps to go, and 0.6 really doesn't sound like much. It really isn't, but for that, for Risto Kappet, for this level of sim racing, that's a big gap that he manages to have to himself at the moment. And suddenly, Jarl Teien is going to come out right in front after a second trip to the pits of absolutely everybody here. And I think he's just going to pull over to the side and let everyone go. Let's cross the beams for 2nd place. Trying to go around the outside here is Jernej Simoncic, trying to get this one done at turn 1. Little bump between them. He's got the inside for 2. He gets pushed out a little bit. Contact between the pair. Little bit of carbon fibre bodywork comes off of Simoncic's front as they go on through the long turn number 3, trying to get out there and attack. And he's going to try and get back into line. He'll go the long way round now for turn 4. This is one of the keys to this track. You can fight for a long time in the opening sections of the lap, and he can't quite find it. But does he get the run off the exit? Oh, he does. He's got to go the long way now at 5 and 6. He's got half a car ahead, but now he'll have the inside for turn number 6. He can just keep it there. Risto Kappet's got the race win under lock right now, but here it is Simoncic who's got it. But is there a cutback? There is. Oh, this is wonderful.
Look at this fighting. No inch given. Every single centimeter of the entire racetrack used. That was really impressive. We just saw them tandem drift out of turn 2 there, and now they're still so close together. Simoncic really being a thorn in the eye of Roman Grosjean Esports right now. First, taking off and getting that 3rd place from Kasdorp, and now even getting that 2nd place from Jajovski. So really, it seems that Mr. Tire Saver is coming in here and now just completely starting to obliterate the pace of the Roman Grosjean cars, because he's now starting to gain a little bit on Risto Kappet as well.
But this is the issue right now. Risto Kappet has got himself 1.5 seconds worth of gap to go and play with. Kasdorp running wide in the background as well. That won't be too much of good news, because there'll be the likes of Dennis Jordan wanting to get back in and hopefully seeing a position in the not too distant future. There will be 1 lap to go though here at Sepang, and now all of a sudden you start to think about this. Jernej Simoncic has just put himself into the scrap, into the fight for this one overall. But look at this 4-car train for 4th place on back. You got Kasdorp, Jordan, Barclay and Siebel, and they all want places here. Into turn 1 they come along, and you can see just how much everybody is being aggressive on that turn-in through the opening section. And now all of a sudden you start to feel, well, maybe there is a half chance for Simoncic. The gap's down to 1.1.
I've seen Jernej Simoncic close bigger distances in 1 lap before, so it's definitely something to hold on to now. And of course it's the last lap, but Risto, he will have to push on this last lap. He will have to stay ahead at every price, because Jernej, he will make a move in the last corner if he has to.
and he will definitely want to try and get that one all working out right now, as Jernej Simoncic just knows what he needs to do. He's got to try and get himself close enough right now to Risto Kappet, because Kappet now will have a huge gap at the top of the table with 2 wins from 2 if it stays like this, and the gap comes down to 7/10. This may just have to be a last lap lunge down at the final corner maybe from Jernej right now. He's doing everything possible, but Kappet's really good in this middle sector, mind you, and that gap still closes. But still, there's that battle 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. That's going to be worth keeping an eye on as well for those minor positions. That 3rd place overall is definitely not out of the reach of many a driver. Jajovski pretty much has to consolidate 3rd place now at this point and rely on Jernej, who's got the gap down to half a second here. He's done so well on this last lap to bring the gap down, using the tyres, using the fuel. But is he too far back at 6/10? This has got to be the lunge of all lunges here at the final corner. If this is going any way other than Risto Kappet's right now, he did well to hold the gap. He's led every single kilometre of this race. He hits the brakes at the final corner. It's a good attempt there from Jernej Simoncic. But old Father Time says the race is finishing right here, right now. Risto Kappet holds on and goes 2 from 2 in the Triple Challenge.
And his dad comes in behind him. Are you winning, son? Yes, I am. 2nd time in a row, and it's only 1 race left. Kappet really getting everything as he wants right now. And Jernej Simoncic with the worn-down tires, fastest lap of the race, 2:07.792. And the Sancho cars coming over the line there. Actually, that was the 2 Sancho cars giving each other a bit of a bump draft.
Well, some brilliant racing. The last few stragglers are going to be making their ways over to the line, but Risto Kappet here, 2 wins from 2. That is exactly what you want. Maximum points, 70 points. And what will be crucial here is that Erhan Jajovski did not finish 2nd, but 3rd, and that's an extra 5 points in the bank over Erhan Jajovski. That will be so crucial. Jajovski is still 2nd in the championship, but by my maths, he's 15 points back, which would mean on count back, if Erhan Jajovski wins this race, it will have to be P4 for the championship for Risto Kappet, and he knows what he needs to do. He can just drive that very clean race, as we'll be heading over, Nicholas, in just a couple of moments' time, over towards, of course, that fantastic Sebring circuit and the Ferrari 488 GTE category vehicle. So what is there going to be in terms of a change of driving philosophy going from prototype to GT?
I think it's going to be quite a bit of a change because, of course, now you have basically twice of the weight as they have known so far. And, well, if anything, it could work to Risto Kappet's advantage because he is very, very used to GT cars. Insanely used to GT cars and very consistent and very fast with them. He's very acquainted with Sebring through many years of the Virtual Endurance Championship and also doing the Fanatec 12 Hours of Sebring last year. So it's going to be quite interesting.
It certainly will, and it's going to be interesting when we come back from this. You are watching the AMD Triple Challenge here with Motorsport TV, TVM Sport, and of course ESTV as well on World Pro Racing's YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch as well. And we'll be back with the finale of the championship heading to Sebring in just a few moments' time. World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Melita. Find out more in-store or online.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You are risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real. So Dennis Jordan needs 10 on Simoncic. Jernej needs 5 on Erhan, and Erhan needs 15 on Risto, but Risto has countback.
Yeah. That's going to be quite interesting to see.
We are certainly very much back here, ladies and gentlemen. We've been caught in the middle of a very nice conversation here in terms of championship pictures here and championship pictures there. We were just having a little discussion about that, Nicholas, weren't we, behind the scenes there, in terms of, well, how good is the championship right now? It's 15 points that we're looking at the gap right now between Risto Kappet and Erhan Jajovski. And the key, actually, with that championship push that we have been seeing is that you've got Jernej Simoncic. He's only 5 points back here of Erhan Jajovski. This is still very much a 3-horse championship race as we head over towards Sebring.
Most definitely it is. And Jernej really gained a lot from that second place just now. And I think, once again, he's good for a surprise, as we are used to. And maybe the RHG guys, they just didn't quite have as easy of a game in Malaysia as they thought they would have.
And, well, that easy game you saw there from the wonderful drive on the last lap from Jernej Simoncic, trying to desperately close that gap down to Risto Kappet, and it very nearly worked out in the end. But here we're at a vintage track in terms of endurance-style racing. Sebring has been on the calendar for the likes of IMSA and, of course, for the 12 hours of Sebring, which is, of course, part of that World Motorsport massive battles that we see every single time they go there. The 12-hour is massive for the 24-hour series and then some. But now you start looking at, okay, what's next? What are you doing? Where are you finding that time? And this really does make racing really, really tough, because this is all about that difference of asphalt versus concrete, and you always seem to get that change in properties, which makes life tough for 1/3 of the track at least.
Yeah, most definitely it is. But I think everyone here, we know the sentence too well, respect the bumps. Everyone here has quite a long race ahead of them. And maybe while the distance in time-wise should be similar, I think it will feel quite a lot longer because you're spending way more time just fighting the car.
And what's also crucial to talk about as well, Nicholas, in the moment that we do have at the moment, as we are currently in practice at the moment, qualifying will be coming up pretty shortly. One of the keys actually in this fight that we've got for the win is that it's not over for the fight for third place either. Jernej Simoncic is not clear by any stretch of the imagination. He's got 10 points over Dennis Jordan right now, and then it's a further 5 points back to Yuri Kasdorp. So all of these drivers in the top 5, they all have that realistic chance of getting themselves into a prize position. And of course, those prizes we've been talking about time and time again have been so very, very well brought together by a fantastic work that AMD has done sourcing out those prizes. And of course, those prizes look as such. Your winner will be getting the Ryzen R7 3800X CPU with the Radeon RX 5700 graphics card to go alongside that. Second place will be getting just Ryzen 7 3800X CPU, and then for third place overall they'll be getting an R5 3600X CPU, which will be absolutely fantastic for them to help improve their sim racing and all of their gaming needs as well, I think it has to be said on top of that. But the one thing we can say though with that, Nicholas, is that 5 into 3 still doesn't go.
It seemingly is that way, and I think especially for the third place in the championship, a fight will be quite ferocious when it comes to it. But at the same time, I think with the same ferocity, we'll have Risto Kappet trying to completely solidify his first place in this championship. AMD, of course, with these fantastic prizes. I myself have a Ryzen processor and it's performing incredibly well, so I can understand the want to get one of these things.
Absolutely, and of course, everybody has their own preference, but today AMD is the call of action, as at the moment, it is Risto Kappet, top of the times in practice, wanting to continue that form, showing that pace, 3/10 clear of Jernej Simoncic right now as things go, but this is a very, very difficult Sebring circuit here. You've got so many tough corners around this place. You've got the hotel hairpin, of course, where you dive down in on the brakes. This is one of the prime places where you get overtakes happening around this place at Sebring, but then you've got the likes of the Cunningham corner, you've got the Tower corner, you've got the run through the corner of 1004 lines, which is Sunset Bend. There are so many places where you can make overtakes happen, and this track is bumpy, and it is a test of car control through every corner. Speaking of that, there's a spinner right in front of Risto Kappet.
Yeah, and it's just as I said, you know, respect the bumps or they will teach you respect. And Risto, once again, looking very strong here. As I said, he has a lot of experience in GTE and, of course, at Sebring as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how others fare in this, because, well, I can basically not count on my fingers how many of these guys I know through VEC, because, you know, obviously Sancho last season with a 3-car effort in VEC, then Risto and Erhan, of course, with a hypercar in VEC. Then Yuri Kasdorp was in a hypercar as well, but still with Singularity back then. Wanaku, of course, with a hypercar. And all these guys have so much experience at Sebring already, so it's going to be interesting to see how they all adjust to this brand new GTE car that we got from rFactor 2 in recent time.
Exactly, and that Ferrari will be wanting to try and showcase exactly what it is made of here around this Sebring circuit. And of course, you don't get as much history and heritage than you do as a Ferrari has done over the times, over the years, of course, made by the legendary car maker Enzo Ferrari. And so much has come out of Ferrari's lineage and legacy, actually, in racing. And in fact, I think it's very, very simple to say this, Nicholas. You can't talk racing without the prancing horse.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. Of course, everyone knows the origins, that they basically just sold road cars to keep the racing team going. But they've made themselves into such a brand that, yeah, basically whenever you see a Ferrari, even if it's an FF, which is supposedly more of a family car because it has 4 seats, you know, if you're fortunate enough to have a Ferrari as your family car. But yeah, no matter what happens, you always combine Ferrari with performance and with racing. And I think especially at Sebring here, we had one of F1 Grand Prix here back in the 60s, but most, you know, impressively and of course most popular race on this circuit is the Sebring 12 hours. We're not going to have 12 hours here, but of course, you know, 10 laps, 20 minutes, and I think it's still going to be plenty exciting.
It certainly will do. And of course, we've got the likes of 4-lap qualifying, which will be coming up as well. In groups of 5, they'll be back out there once again to try and work out who's got what it takes here to put themselves in the best possible position. But now comes the real questions that we start looking at. Okay, 2 laps to really sort it all out. You get an out lap, an in lap, and then you got those 2 laps. So effectively, it feels like a 2-lap qualifying session. But those 2 laps become so very vital, and this is a place where mistakes really hurt, because we've talked about respect the bumps. What we haven't talked about is just how easy it is just to outdo yourself into a corner, time in, time out. This place demands respect, and it's all about precision making around this place, because it does have those very much street circuit like feel elements around it.
Yeah, the concrete plates of the old airfields, they really are something to fear at this circuit. Of course, a lot of the track is still normal tarmac, so you have this very nice contrast between these concrete plates and then the tarmac smooth circuit. But the transition between those can sometimes really catch you out, and it doesn't help that around the back at Collier and Tower, you of course have these huge, huge curves, which sometimes can upset the car in a very unforeseen way. Rebellion, for example, had a big crash in the 1,000 miles of Sebring in the last season, and yeah, it just shows how quickly you can lose the car here, as we have the first cars actually heading to the track now.
Yes, we have Nico Barclay, we've got Borja Millan coming out there, out on track. Michi Hoyer out there in the burst car as well, looking to try and get a run going here. So they'll be looking to try and set their times first, as the benchmarks here in this one for the time being, just the 3 out there on track to begin with. Then we'll have probably the group of 4 and then 2 groups of 5 to determine who is going to be at the very, very top of this qualifying session. So this is going to be all about trying to pace yourself here in this one. That first lap is going to be key, but the one thing you can't do is ruin it all before you even start. And this always has a few flashbacks. I think that one-shot qualifying, or here in this scenario, two-shot qualifying, as it effectively is at this point here, Nicholas, is a really telling factor onto who has the biggest advantage when it comes to this qualifying session. The one thing we didn't really get a chance to talk about over the opening qualifying session all the way back at Silverstone was the fact that this track is going to rubber in the more that drivers go around on it and try and find those times. So the key is those who are maybe out there are going to find that their times are going to be a little bit tougher to get, because you've got the likes of Jernej Simoncic out there and Alex Siebel. So this is going to be still a really tough challenge for Simoncic, who is probably in the worst possible position out first.
Yeah, they definitely got the short end of the stick with that, but sometimes, depending on the circumstances, you just have to adjust, and when you're able to adjust, like Jernej was able to in Silverstone with this final finish, that is when you can really see the full potential of a driver.
And it's that full potential that we're going to see. Let's go on board with Borja Millan then for a lap around Sebring and this wonderful Florida circuit. And so many great Florida circuits have been. Daytona Beach as well, you have to say, is one of those. But here at Sebring, the run towards turn number 1 is always very difficult. It's a very fast left-hander. You hit the brakes and try and hold it as close to the wall on the inside as possible. The track changes onto asphalt, so you head towards turn 2, that's the small kick, and now you've got 3, 4, 5 here. Through the left, through the right, and then through the left again. Kicks the cone for good measure there through turn number 4, using a lot of curb. Now you've got the big bend of turn number 6 here as you head, Nicholas, towards the hairpin.
Yes, and the hairpin, it is, a bit misleading because the track actually goes on for a little bit longer than this braking and turning point here. Then you have this a little bit of a left-hand kink to rejoin you with what was the old hairpin. Now going through Fangio there, and then we can see these huge curves that I talked about that can really upset the car. Now braking for turn 10, and now it's going to be a place which in traffic for multi-class racing is really scary because this line is very, very tight. Through Collier, turn 11, and now this right-hand kink, turn 12, and now turn 13 into Tower. It's so easy to make mistakes here, and it's so easy to lose time here. But Borja Millan gets it perfectly, now heading through Bishop, turn 14, left-hand kink with 2 apexes there, and then turn 15 and 16, the Le Mans chicane, which he does very well. That cone had to bite the dust though, which is very unfortunate for it, but he gets a good exit it seems. Yes, completely uses the curb to its utmost limit, down the Ullman Straight, and of course towards Sunset Bend, turn 17.
It's the corner of 1,004 lines. Nobody really knows which way is the quickest one here when it comes to this one. But for the time being, Borja Millan is trying to find something to go home happy with here in this event. He's trying to attack hard through the final corner, is the benchmark of all benchmarks here over the line, and sets himself up with a 1:59.2 as the time to beat. Jernej Simoncic, though, is purple through first 2 sectors here, and making that run for the final one is going to be key. 1,000th, says Michi Hoyer, goes faster with a great final sector time of 42.567, and Nico Barclay goes into 3rd position then with that one. But Jernej, keep eyes on Jernej. He's fastest through the 1st sector, fastest through the 2nd sector, wants to be fastest through the final sector, nice and tight on entry, taking the big narrow line through the final corner, looking to make the push over towards the start-finish line. And how good is this time for a benchmark? Look for a 58 something. The answer is, oh, it's not even that. It's a 57.8. What a time!
Absolutely obliterated the competition. Just before that, actually, I think he just beat them by an entire second. Yes, pretty much. Siebel just got, pole position for the very short duration that he had in front of Hoyer. But Jernej completely stealing the show of that by going 1.2 seconds slower, pretty much.
Wow, that is a gauntlet, if ever there was one. Jernej Simoncic came to race. Slower in the 2nd sector now is Borja Millan. He was quicker in that 1st sector of a 44.6 going on through. So he's looking for times. He's currently in 4th position right now. Alex Siebel is up in the first sector of 44.7 of his own. But the bumps really do unsettle cars, and you can lose time in the blink of an eye. Hoyer is up in the first 2 sectors as well. That won't be helping, though, there, Nicholas. Running slightly wide, coming onto the Ullman Straight.
Grass is definitely not the place where you want to be, especially at the end of the Le Mans chicane, because you need all that perfect traction and momentum through this section. Borja Millan goes up to second now, beating Siebel out by 0.2 pretty much. And now Michi Hoyer with 2 improvements in the sectors. Is he able to beat his teammate? No, he isn't, but he beats Borja Millan by 1.5.
Yep, that's good enough. 0.8 off the lead. Alex Siebel, not the best middle sector in the world, wants a little bit more in this final sector. Now, he takes the big wide line. He wants the exit out of the corner here at Sunset Bend, and he has to correct ever so slightly through the corner as well. That won't be very useful in terms of keeping the pace, but Siebel crosses the line and remains in 4th because of it. So the mistakes there in the 2nd and 3rd sectors, enough to really cost. But it's crucially Jernej Simoncic who has let a real gauntlet down for the likes of Kappet and Jajovski and co next. And also, worth keeping in mind, that's also a gauntlet for Yuri Kasdorp and Dennis Jordan as well. They are fighting for that 3rd place overall with Jernej Simoncic. Every place matters around this one, but those qualifying times are all in the books for the first 5 drivers in this one. We should get 5 more coming up in the next little push, so this is going to be really interesting. But Jernej having to go out first, that was the one thing he had to do here, Nicholas, in terms of being out there first in the not ideal conditions.
Most definitely, and I think symbolically we can see this as sort of a declaration of war towards Erhan as well, because that is, no matter how much grip is getting put down, 57, that is still quite a number for a GTE car after this entire new BOP stuff happening in the last couple of weeks. So we're gonna have to see how the Roman Grosjean esports guys can actually fare against it.
We certainly will, and that's going to be worth keeping in mind as these drivers all start to get out then for the second laps. Out there, Risto Kappet, out there, Yuri Kasdorp, out there, Dennis Jordan, all the names starting to get themselves ready here for this run. Also getting themselves out onto track right about now. We see the likes of Erhan Jajovski and, of course, Sheldon Muscat as well. So those are the next 5, and it's the big names looking to try and get themselves through. So not much then in terms of difference makers in this one, but this is where the qualifying effectively makes it all work. For Risto Kappet, he knows if he doesn't win this one, it's not the end of the world. If someone, say, like one Mr. Erhan Jajovski comes home with the win, then he must finish 4th or better to win this AMD Triple Challenge. If Simoncic picks up the win, he knows it's got to be 6th or better. That gives him exactly what he wants. So he knows what he needs. He knows what he needs to do. And I'm sorry, I'll correct myself. It's 5th, actually, he'd need for that one. So really, for Risto Kappet, this doesn't need to be a win. It just needs to be clean.
And I think that cleanliness, he has shown that so far, and I think he is bringing with confidence right now. Now he finishes his outlap here, and I'm actually quite excited to see how he will fare in this qualifying session. So far, he's done amazingly every single time, but I honestly didn't expect Jernej to go this fast in qualifying and to have this much of a gap towards the rest of the first group. So I think it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see how Risto and how the others fare against his time.
No guarantees in qualifying. This gives you the best possible chance of picking up a race victory. Risto Kappet has had 2 pole positions. He's had 2 race victories. He didn't have everything his own way in the first race in the USF 17s over at Silverstone. He had to work hard to get past Erhan Jajovski and did so as we go on board from a driver's eyes perspective. In the second race, he led every single lap, every single sector. Everything was perfect, but he was being clawed back in, hand over fist, Is this going to be something similar in the Ferrari 488 GTE? Going through the big long turn 6 of Big Bend, looking towards turn 7. The first sector will be coming up here, and well, what's the time on the clock going to be in terms of getting this opening sector run? You can cut that little bit of curb there just enough, and it's purple. It's a 44 flat, and it's 2/10.
That is, at the moment, I think 3/10 faster almost. Actually, more like 2/10 than Jernej, but that was a lot of counter steer. So he has to make sure that the rest of this run is completely clean. I think the second sector barrier is just before Bishop, so he's coming through tower. It looks relatively clean. Let's see what his next sector time is. Is it going to be purple again, or is it going to be red? It's just green, so not quite as fast as Jernej, but only a 10th behind, so at the moment he would still be in the positive. Now coming very tight line. Oh, sorry.
He's just half a 10th ahead, actually, there. He did lose time in that second sector, made a mistake, missed the apex at Bishop's Corner. He will have time to gather that up for a second lap, but at the moment, it looks like pole position for the moment. He's got to be worried, though, about who else is out there on a lap, though, trying to find a little bit more to go quicker through the long right of Sunset Bend and searching for a lap time. 57.899 is the margin. It looks good for a final sector. Risto Kappet busts in the final sector and goes clear by 800ths. He was 300ths quicker in the final sector. Jajovski's looked good. Nothing special so far, but 2 green sectors will be nice. But everyone's going to get green sectors on the opening lap. What can that do? Kasdorp goes 5th only.
Yeah, maybe pushing a bit too much on the limit there, as we saw in the middle of turn 1. That's definitely not the way you want to have snap oversteer, especially since it's such a long corner. You can make so many mistakes through there. And Erhan going a quite wide line through Sunset Bend, so maybe giving up on this lap, just getting it in to have a lap set, which brings him to, well, still 3rd place. However, I think that was to get some more momentum for this new lap.
He's tied exactly with Michi Hoyer for that 3rd place, to the 1,000th of a second. Tells you all you need to know. But Kappet slower in the first sector right now. Will be a little bit worried that Jajovski didn't get that much out of that opening times, so he'll be looking for a little bit more, but at the moment it's provisional pole position right now. Little slide there through the middle sector. This will be where he'll be thinking there is time to be gained. He lost himself a 10th of a second or so, and again he's slower in the middle sector, struggling with it. There's 7 times the rate of tire accelerated wear going through this at the moment of those Ferrari tires, and that really tells you all you need to know. A second lap does not look viable.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way, and so far from everyone's Sector 1 times, it seems that he should be safe for now, but, of course, everything's open until the cake is actually eaten.
Certainly is. This will be a dive down into the pits then for Risto Kappet. No more to be had about that. Jajovski is also down in the second sector. He won't find improvements. It's a good first sector from Yuri Kasdorp, but he hasn't found a good second sector here over the course of this second lap. He'll push for the line anyway. Is there improvement? There is not. So Kasdorp stays in 6th place then, and that is not what's wanted. Dennis Jordan's down there only in 8th place right now. That's not worked, but has just jumped up ahead of Kasdorp into 5th position, so still has the outside shot of the top 3, and there is Jajovski getting a big wiggle through Sunset Bend, the back stepping out, and goodbye. That's a bit of a sideways run, so that will be definitely lap abandoned, and stays in 3rd place, tied on times to the 1,000th with Michi Hoyer. So it's clear that this is a case of 2 at the front and then the next 2, and then it becomes a battleground. Look at those 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're split by 6,000ths of a second.
Yeah, that is going to be quite interesting here. And may I just say, this is really the biggest challenge of this entire event, because we had 7 times tire wear in the USF 17. We had 4 times fuel rates at in the SR3XX and 3 times tire wear, but now we have 4 times the fuel rate and 7 times the tire wear. So that is going to be quite a job to be done by all of them. to actually be able to put a proper lap together and to actually manage this race.
It certainly is. Group Zansho time now as they look to get themselves out. There's one, there's two. All looking to try and get themselves the best times possible. Jarl Teien, after the penalty, is pretty much in a bit of trouble. Jan van der Heyde also coming out, did not have a good Sepang race either, so that's going to be a lot of dropped time, dropped points, and that's why they're not fighting for the top three at this stage. Also, jumping out onto circuit, there is one of the GT Omega RPM cars there, just jumping up, or you could now say the HyperX RPM car as well now with the new sponsorship available to that. That, of course, is Felipe Capamadjian, and there is Tony Mella also jumping out onto track as well. They'll be hoping for some good times. The good news that they've got is that Sheldon Muscat there is 4.1 seconds off the pace, so that's one easy target out of the way. But it is very, very condensed, just past, of course, Nico Barclay, over towards Alex Siebel, Yuri Kasdorp, Borja Millan. They're all bunched up around 1 second off the pace by a tenth between them right now, so it's looking very, very congested. Third all the way down to eighth.
Yeah, I think it will be quite something to see the Zansho guys now, because Zansho last season was a GTE team as well, so they should know their way around a GTE car at Sebring. And of course, you know, despite the results here, where they've been a little bit mellow, to be honest, you know, in the GTE car, this could be the great equalizer for them. And yeah, I think it's something to not overlook in this moment, because Tony Mella, of course, a lot of experience from him, a lot of official competitions where he's been very fast. And of course, the other two Zansho drivers, same thing. Capamadjian, of course not to be overlooked, because he had twice very bad luck, one time with a crash and one time with a hardware error or PC error. And I think he's going to be very desperate to now show some pace, to show what could have been if everything had run error-free.
Exactly, and that's going to be the keys. The first time starting, oh, that's a huge slide from Jarl Teien through turn one. He's gone a little bit wide as well on the exit. That might just be a not too good opening lap as these tyres really start to work. And is that what I think I've just seen right now on screen right now? Because if that is, and the wipers are going, the rain is starting to fall, and this is a huge disaster for these drivers. If rain starts falling now, then their qualifying laps are in jeopardy. Oh, how lucky everyone was earlier on.
Yeah, and I was thinking at the start, oh, that's a big off from Tony Mella, but he keeps it alive. Or is he? Nope. Keeps it out the wall, though. That well, that was very well right from Tony Mella. And yeah, I think that definitely didn't go as he planned, especially because the rain is slowly starting to increase now. Wetness of the track is not quite building up yet, but of course, yeah, this is a little bit of a luck factor as well that counts into this.
You never know when it's going to start raining, and all of a sudden the skies just dimmed over and there was the rain, and Tony Mella will not be very happy about that, because it's pretty much all the Zansho cars getting caught out in the deluge, and they'll be out there on slick tyres going, well, we've got slick tyres, this is exactly what we want. But these are the opening times that are going to be on the board, and most likely they're going to have to make a very, very tough decision on how they make this race happen. The next question is, what's the race going to do? Because if there is going to be some rain going to be forecasted after this, and there's more rain, a wet race changes everything. We were talking about it at Sebring, but the track went from wet to dry. Right now, we are in full-fledged rain.
Yeah, it seems that way, and the wetness is slowly starting to increase as well. Of course, still off the racing line, because we still have cars driving on the racing line, keeping it at least a little bit dry. And it's just barely fizzling down a little bit, so we don't have that strong rain yet. But still, every bit of wetness, of course, takes away some more grip. And you can really see already from Jarl Teien, even if it isn't the pace lacking due to rain, it's still definitely a bit of confidence lacking, I think.
And what's key as well with this rain is that this is part of the R Factor 2 system. It's a live weather system. So what is going on over, say, at Sebring is happening right now. What we saw earlier on with what happened over, of course, at Sepang, it was raining. Then it decided ever so nicely to just stop for a bit, and then there was broad sunny sunshine that there was dealing with. Now it was a case of we got sunshine, oh no, not anymore. It seems that the rain has gone away and has traveled maybe many thousand miles over the Pacific Ocean, over the entirety of the United States of America, and has found itself in Florida.
Yeah, honestly, it's quite impressive actually. So yeah, no reason to be mad. It's actually quite impressive that the rain is so persistent on showing up here again that it just travels around the entire world. Now we can see the spray here, the very nice windshield graphics from the rain update, which came already over a year ago, because time absolutely flies. And yeah, we see how they have to start fighting the car bit by bit. But the times already are going up quite considerably.
They certainly are. You can see Jarl Teien's time is 13.5 seconds off the pace. Felipe Capamadjian's time, 24 seconds off the pace. And Tony Mella is searching for time and is looking really good, actually. He's got it 1.3 seconds off the pace at the moment, at the fastest time in session. So he's doing a stellar job here in the rain that's starting to fall down to keep the car at least somewhat competitive in terms of time. So we'll see how this one all plays out, coming over towards the line and getting as much done. Sunset Bend's always going to be a challenge, though, in these conditions here, especially when you got rain on concrete. It never really feels good because it gets slippy. It becomes an ice rink. I know I cut my wrist open on concrete, actually, after slipping and sliding over, but Tony Mella's done really well to get 10th place out of that one there. 2.1 seconds off, half a second off of one Mr. Nico Barclay in dry conditions. That was very well done.
Yeah, definitely a sign of car control here, and now it's up to almost 17% on some places. The rain is still at 5%, so still just a little bit. But yeah, the more it comes down, now it's up to 90% wetness on track. The more it comes down, of course, the slippier the track gets.
Absolutely does. Jarl Teien then out of laps in 11th place then with that one done, as Felipe Capamadjian couldn't get past Jason Muscat there, stays in 13th place overall with all of that one done. That will leave just the final four then to go and put some times in. You've got Jesper Eriksson, Sam Carpenter, Sheldon Muscat, and then Jan van der Heyde as well. We'll be hoping for a time here in this final little group that will be going out. They do not have ideal conditions here at Sebring. It is raining and it is not very nice. They'll be looking at the back of the grid going, well, we didn't get what we wanted, but what we get is a very interesting dynamic with how the racing is going to go. And I think there will be a handful, a smattering of people who will be hoping that the rain persists, because that's another thing that doesn't often get talked about when it comes to weather conditions in sim racing. Rain is not something that's available and around in all of the sim racing platforms. You look at something like R Factor 2, is it a case where most drivers just practice on a dry track and hope that they still have grip levels and confidence to drive very similarly in towards the rain, Nicholas?
Well, I think it depends greatly, because some people are pure dry drivers and others others just get along with everything. Of course, you also have rain specialists, so the less grip, the better it is for them. Because in endurance racing especially, you know, it comes down to, you know, can I double stint this tire set? Because most endurance leagues go with having the refueling and tire switching separate. So if you can double stint soft tires, for example, you would save quite a lot of time instead of putting on a new set the entire time. But on wet tires, no one would ever get the idea to try and double stint wet tires. As soon as the profile on those things is gone, you're just going to go straight on, as we have these two cars just now. And yeah, Rain the great equalizer, or Rain the great chaos creator.
Chaos creator, it seems at the moment. You can see some of the lights actually on in these vehicles. It's so dark and dingy here at Sebring. They need a little bit of extra visibility to see. They're all out there on slick tyres trying to find those times. No time for Jan van der Heyde, so we'll be starting from the back in 16th position, but you've got Eriksson, Carpenter, and of course Sheldon Muscat looking for something here in terms of time. They're hoping it's all going to play out the way that they expect it to. As they hit the brakes into Sunset Bend goes Jesper Eriksson, and now the fact that this track is even wetter than it was for, say, earlier on, a little bit of spray kicking up there as they go on through. This is going to be an even tougher challenge. I think if they can get somewhere within 4 seconds, like, say, Jason Muscat and co., I think that's a job very well done.
Yeah, it definitely is, and just generally keeping it on track at the moment is already a good job well done, I think, because these GTE cars are not easy machines to drive. Especially when you consider, you know, that at the moment it's raining, but it's still at the point where slick tires are faster. So they have a racing line, but besides that, they set 1 foot wrong under brakes into corners. There, we see there with how Sheldon Muscat is fighting against the car. He's fighting against the grip loss. It's really easy to make a mistake in these conditions.
It's an awkward condition, though, because this rain is so light, so persistent. Some points on the track are going to be quite nice and almost slick. You've got other points on the track where it's going to be very, very damp, and you're almost trying to guess where you're going to be on the brakes into certain corners. It's such a horrible feeling. Nicholas is there as Jesper Eriksson having to put full opposite lock there out of Cunningham Corner to try and get the car sorted out. It's such a horrible feeling when you're driving and all of a sudden you don't have the confidence under the brakes. You don't know where you need to brake.
Yeah, that is always a thing. Sometimes, especially in R-Factor 2, it's quite advanced. So, for example, this track, this beautiful iteration of Sebring, it's laser scanned. So, the more it rains, puddles will also form. And of course, concrete and tarmac, they have also different ways of absorbing water. And yeah, in some braking zone, you suddenly have a puddle that has formed and you didn't anticipate that. Yeah, then it can very quickly be hello, say hello to the wall, greet its grandchildren from me, and yeah, I'm gonna follow you soon after. Look at that, spray.
This is the pinnacle of sim racing excitement. We're talking about puddle physics, ladies and gentlemen, and it's absolutely fantastic. There is Jesper Eriksson over the line. It's a 2:04.5. It's 2.5 seconds behind Luis Felipe Capamadjian. So that's going to be not too bad in terms of a time. You couldn't really have expected too much more. Sam Carpenter's trying to make some progress here. Is green in both sectors as expected, but over the line, that one is a nothing there in terms of that time. So not ideal. Sheldon Muscat in 15th place is 2/10 behind Jesper Eriksson then with that sort of time. But there is, of course, one more lap available to them here in terms of trying to get those times on the board. It's such a tough slog. You can see they're 7 seconds off the pace, and that's all because of that rain and them struggling with the grips. And of course, the worst thing of all the worst, as Jesper Eriksson has gone quicker still in the opening sector, is the more that they run around on dry tyres on a wet track, the colder their tyres are going to get.
Yeah, and cold tyres are not quite... Oh
no.
Ooh, yes, that was a bit too much. Yeah, cold tyres are not necessarily what you want. Sometimes at high-speed tracks, for example, at Le Mans, quite a lot actually, when it's in high temperatures, you wish you had colder tyres, but in these conditions, you will break your arm to try and keep the tyres warm, and you see how much they're struggling for grip there. Now it's around 40% wetness, and compare that, it's basically twice as wet as it was for the previous group.
And of course, you can say it's infinitely wetter than it was for the first two groups that were out there on track. They didn't have to deal with any of this. So Sam Carpenter struggles through the second sector as well. And there shouldn't be much improvement, but he's just looking for a lap time here at this stage. Just keep it on the island. Just struggle away on through here, the Le Mans chicane, and in towards the Ullman Straight that comes up along. And you can see over that curb, and of course that's another different property that won't be making life very easy, going over the curbs, dealing with the white lines. You've got to be very, very cautious here around this. Sheldon Muscat's time is definitely not improving here. Going through the final couple of corners, will go and try and set that lap up together, and this shouldn't be an improvement. It's a 2:06 flat. It's 1.3 seconds slower than his previous one. Sam Carpenter making progress over towards the line and does get a time on the board, but it's a 2:09.0, and it's 11 seconds off the pace come the end. So that pretty much sums up qualifying. Risto Kappet on pole, Jernej Simoncic in second, but they had the benefit of dry weather conditions. Those who were in the second or the third and fourth groups, they had the rainy conditions, and that's why they are so far back in terms of their qualifying here today. But now, prospect of a wet race, prospect of the unpredictable, prospect of best with car control wins this one outright, Nicholas.
I think it's going to be very difficult here because we have incredibly talented drivers, and with these conditions, with this car, it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Because sometimes, you have a bit more confidence than, you should have, and you overshoot the corner completely. The biggest crashes can happen in the rain, but sometimes we also see incredible moves in the rain, especially through these puddles. And I'm just excited to see how this all will play out.
Absolutely, so am I, and we all know that this is going to come down to who has it and who wants it more. They know what the prizes are at stake, presented by AMD, and of course you are watching this on so many different places. Of course, motorsport.tv, we've got likes of ESTV, TVM Sport, with World Pro Racing on YouTube, Facebook Live, and Twitch. We are all there, all watching, and yes, we say a good hello, how are you doing to everyone who is watching us right now. And of course, this is going to be so very crucial. They all know that it comes down to this race. What's happened before with championship points, that doesn't matter right now. The only thing that matters is actually surviving 10 laps in the rain.
And especially at Sebring, that is quite a number to do just in general, because, of course, we don't just have to respect the bumps now, we also have to respect the puddles.
We certainly do, and of course, with a lot of bumps comes a lot of puddles and lots of dips and troughs and peaks and all of the rest that comes around with the circuit. But now here's the next question. Who do you think here, Nicholas, is the best wet weather driver?
That's a difficult one. I think it really is a difficult one because Jajovski, Kappet, Simoncic, those three, they had dry laps, but they're very, very well acquainted to wet weather conditions. So, yeah, but I also think Van der Heyde, he had a horrible qualifying, but I think that for him is the intention, well, not the intention, but the, how do you say it, the incentive to go all the way up, because he also is a very, very talented GT driver, and I think for him, these conditions are well better than dry racing could be for him.
Well, of course, there are more chances for mistakes when the rain does start to fall. And if anybody can find exactly what is needed here today in this final race of the night, then now is the time to put everything you've got available to it. And hopefully it all plays out the way that it is supposed to. Something that I do want to note, though, about Risto Kappet, and it does result in rain, and it does also result in GT3 cars. Back in late 2019, about a year ago from this point, the World Pro Racing GT3 Masters was an event, and there were a couple of wet weather races, and it was worth noting that the AAA esports team that did have Jajovski in, that did have Risto Kappet in, really did struggle when it came to rain, when it came down. It saw some other teams and other cars actually push their ways forward. So maybe Risto Kappet is one of those drivers that would prefer it if he didn't have to bring a snorkel with him.
Quite possibly, but then again, there's also a huge difference between GTE and GT3 cars. Of course, the GT3 cars have ABS as well, which sometimes makes it easier to brake. But especially in rainy conditions, it can be a double-edged sword because you brake in a puddle and the ABS thinks, wait, hold up, your tire is about to block, so I'm just going to cut all of your braking power, which, doesn't happen with GTE cars, so some people might be better suited for that.
They certainly will be. And of course, we are going to try and get you over to the action as soon as we possibly can here, ladies and gentlemen. Just going through a couple of little issues here and there. We are in a little bit of a warm-up. Normally, we have the ability to advance the session here at this point, but we do not have that opportunity to do so, it seems, at this point in time. So the worst comes to the worst. It's just a little bit of a delay before we get ourselves over to the racing action. So Nicholas, we start talking about this circuit and actually just how difficult this place can be, even at the best of times. The big keys around this place are, of course, you got that run towards turn number 1, which is going to be that funneling effect, which will make life tough because you can go from about a 4 or 5 car wide section all the way down to maybe, say, a 2 wide, 3 wide section only, and that can cause incidents as we're just about to head over towards the race.
Yeah, of course. The difference in track width is one of the challenging factors in Sebring, just because it changes sometimes very frequently. When you come from Tower to the run to the Le Mans chicane through Bishop, that entire section is suddenly quite a bit wider. And it encourages people to go side by side, but then they realize, of course, they have 2 kinks in front of them. And then the hard braking zone, harder than most people anticipate, for the first right-hander into turn 15.
Well, here we go. 10 laps to the side. The Triple Challenge champion. And let's ourselves going. Simoncic has got a fantastic start there on the outside. Kappet's done well. Already the Jajovski's trying to look here. And there is Kasdorp there, trying to get on the extreme inside line. Into turn number 1 they come along then. Here under the rain and the spray that starts to come up. Kappet is okay, but it's Michi Hoyer who is up into 2nd position. And it's Simoncic who's dropping back now into 4th place. He runs wide, and all of a sudden he could lose 5th place now here to Yuri Kasdorp. And in fact, he has, and Dennis Jordan gets through. That's crucial for 3rd place in the championship. Kappet now, his main worry is Erhan Jajovski, his own teammate.
Most definitely it is, and at the moment for Kappet, it seems like he's in a quite comfortable place. So Jernej Simoncic here trying to defend from Borja Millan, now going to look back to the front. Risto Kappet, he has quite nice gap there, half a second, 6/10. And of course, he doesn't have any spray whatsoever when he comes through these puddles. Most of these situations here, they don't have that much spray yet, but of course, it's going to obstruct your view on some part of the circuit.
It certainly is, and they have to be so cautious about how they drive around this place. A bit of side-by-side there going on in the background. That's Jan van der Heyde trying to make some progress through the field and gain as much time as is humanely possible here through this one. Dennis Jordan with a little wiggle though has dropped back into 7th. He's lost the places to both Simoncic and Millan, and so Jernej Simoncic trying to get back into the aggressive factor in this one. But there is Michi Hoyer in 2nd. There is Erhan Jajovski in 3rd place. And at the moment, you would feel Kappet wants Michi Hoyer to be a nuisance, wants to hold up Erhan Jajovski as much as possible. Kappet wins the championship here at this stage just by staying in 1st. He can finish 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, or even 4th place might just be enough. There is Jajovski down the inside. Hoyer's got nothing for it there on the inside. And suddenly, Kasdorp's trying to follow in the footsteps as well and doesn't quite get there.
Yeah, the door was open, but there wasn't the momentum. So Kasdorp now looking to maybe go down the inside or maybe around the outside. No, he's looking for the inside with a little bit of a move, forcing Hoyer into that more defensive line and maybe killing some of his momentum for a move into turn 2 and 3. Look at that, he's looking down the inside now, very well set up, but he can't get it alongside, so he still stays behind.
Little bump of contact there. Front to rear, a little bit of a fender bender there for one Mr. Michi Hoyer as he has to deal with Yuri Kasdorp trying to find a way through, who gets a good run through the Big Ben. Down the timing stands goes Jesper Eriksson, but for the time being, it is down the inside for 3rd place. Has he got it for the 1, 2, 3? He's going to try and push him out. Big slide going through there for Yuri Kasdorp, and still they fight here through Fangio. Goes Michi Hoyer and Yuri Kasdorp. Simoncic will gain a massive amount here from these drivers fighting, but crucially on the brakes at the Cunningham corner. It is the inside, of course, there for Yuri Kasdorp, and finally, surely you've got to seek the place. No, you'll fight until your last breath, and it's finally Yuri Kasdorp's.
What a move, though, and especially in these conditions around Collier. That is very, very good driving from Yuri Kasdorp. Hoyer as well, to keep it so civil and clean and not have both of them crash. But while those two are fighting, and while Roman Grosjean is perhaps even gonna look back at this result if it goes like this with a laughing face, close behind are both of the Burst Esports cars, so they don't quite have any breathing room yet.
The crucial thing here for Yuri Kasdorp is he needs places. He's on 35 points in the championship. He is 15 behind Jernej Simoncic. What would give him the biggest advantage of all is if he could just jump up into that second place, because when it would come down to count back, they would be dead on even, and so I don't know how you'd separate it. I think they'd both have to take third place in the championship at that point, or maybe go by alphabetical order, and I believe K is ahead of S, so that would be Kasdorp ahead of Simoncic, so that's something. But Risto Kappet, 1.3 seconds only, bit of side-by-side there actually into turn number 1 that we just saw, as that is Jarl Teien just about getting past one Mr. Jason Muscat going on through, and that will be nicely done. The Zancho train is in full force, and they want to go choo-choo past Jason Muscat, but Sheldon Scott Muscat, but at the moment, Sheldon will just be trying to be very wary of losing that time and losing those places to a coordinated team.
Jan van der Heyde, though, up to 13th place after starting in dead last, and Sheldon Scott Muscat definitely not want to back down from an entire team challenging him, but he seems to lose out here quite a bit right now, as, well, quite simply, they have the numerical advantage. Once the door's open, you can't just close it.
Yeah, and just like that, the place is changed, and that is why 13th place has gone away to Sheldon Scott Muscat right now, and Jan van der Heyde is now into 12th. This is Nico Barclay, though, in 9th that we just looked at before we went back to Jan van der Heyde, who's now looking at his teammate Jarl Teien going, you know what, I wouldn't mind leading this train. We need to get to the back of Felipe Capamadjian as quickly as we possibly can at this moment in time. But it is just worth keeping in mind here that the rain is just ever so slightly going away a little bit from where it was at the start of the event. So that's going to mean that this track is getting quicker and quicker, and you can see right now with the times that Risto Kappet is happy with this. Look at this from Jernej Simoncic, though. Is there going to be any argy-bargy between the two sim racing teammates at Burst Esports? Answer's no. Jernej Simoncic will comfortably get through. Oh no, Michi! Straight around and into the inside wall. That's what takes you out and catches you out here, and very nearly takes the back out of one Mr. Nico Barclay.
Yeah, and that is the sort of mistake that just comes around, because, see, this is where really a lot of the puddles kick in, and yeah, a lot of stress there, because of course on the outside is his teammate, and trying to get the car slow down, and trying to get it turned in as well, so that's the weight transfer not agreeing with the condition of the surface under it, and yeah, around the car goes, sadly, for Michi Hoyer.
Around the car goes, and that's what happens as well when you do not have everything working out and you're not pushing at 100%. If you're down to 95, letting another car through, it's so easy to switch off and make a mistake in rainy conditions when you have to be at your wit's end trying to understand everything that's going on with the car. Sheldon Scott Muscat, I believe, has just got back through on Jan van der Heyde for that position. There's Nico Barclay in 8th we're looking at right now, though, and what's going to be key is that Jernej Simoncic is in a scrap, and now everybody is in the train. Look at this on the brakes here. Hoyer running slightly deep. That's going to allow Capamadjian the chance to get back into this one, and all of this is just bringing everybody back closer together.
Yeah, and this fight is definitely going to keep going for quite a bit, I think, because, oh my goodness me, look at Hoyer's power slide there. I don't quite know if it's maybe just the tire wear or if it's already perhaps, well, also some damage from that slight touch he had, but either way, it's not really looking good. Look at that oversteer once again on the corner entry, and yeah, I think that is quite a bit of a confidence booster there for Capamadjian.
but Michi Hoyer will want to try and get back through. I wonder if there was any contact there at the tower corner. You buzzed the tower on the way on through, and I don't think that was quite ideal. May try and go back to the inside here at the corner of 1004 line Sunset Bend. Some Noah's Ark Racing, they're too wide and too deep, because that is Muscat trying to get through on Jarl Teien, and it looks like doing so as well, yes, so well played there from Sheldon Muscat, gaining another place. Jarl Teien will want it back, though, here in the draft, as Hoyer and Capamadjian are side by side just in front, heading towards turn 1, and that is Hoyer's down on the inside. No switchback available then, as Michi makes sure of it. That position is very much his. In terms of how the championship would look from here, it would be Kappet who would take position 1, Jajovski position 2, and then Simoncic position 3 in the championship right now, here as we're on lap 5 out of 10, 5.5 laps remaining.
Oh boy, this is really going to play down to the last meter, I fear. We're not going to have sort of an earlier an earlier result here, but overall, Alex Siebel, I mean, overall we have so many battles still throughout the field. Alex Siebel and Dennis Jordan, of course, teammates, so they don't want any collision here whatsoever. And yeah, really seeing Alex Siebel here struggling to keep Nico Barclay behind him as well. Of course, there's even more stress when the car in front is your teammate, and you wouldn't want a teammate collision to ruin not just yours, but both of your races.
Hang on, this is really interesting. The rain has stopped right now, and everybody out there on circuit is on wet weather tyres. They're on the P2M rain tyres out there on track, so they will be due to come in. Surely someone's got to take a gamble, maybe towards the mid to late pack, and say, well, why don't I try dry tyres now all of a sudden? I don't have anything to lose at this stage here by going onto a dry tyre and hopefully finding a way through. The only question they have about this switch from a wet tyre to a dry tyre, what happens if it rains again? And secondly, they can see, click, it's dry all of a sudden. The next question is, what's going to happen here when I decide to come down in and I maybe gain an advantage on those tyres? This may just be a case of, well, who blinks, who goes into the pits first and gets a dry tyre on?
For this short duration, I think it would be a bit pointless to go for a pit stop, because the track will take a little bit of time to completely dry off. So even if you have overheating tires, you can always have these classic strategies of driving off the racing line into the wet line and still cooling down your tires again. And I think because of the length of how long it takes to actually change all 4 tires, I think no one would want to take that gamble. But the interesting part is, how will people do on a fairly dry track? Then, as we have Nico Barclay go past Alex Siebel. Oh, actually, no, past Dennis Jordan. So, the two have switched places, and now Dennis Jordan's losing out. But yeah, how will people do with these wet tires that are getting hotter and hotter and hotter on a dry track?
It can very easily go awry if you're driving on a wet tyre on a dry track. So this track is drying out, time on, time on, time on again. And now it's going to be about who has exactly what it takes to mastermind a tyre like that. And that's not Michi Hoyer. That's definitely not Michi Hoyer going wide there at the Cunningham corner. Just far too aggressive on the brakes, couldn't slow it down. Capamadjian might have another chance here and does take 9th place away. So you can't afford to take liberties, especially on a drying track. You can see Michi Hoyer, another little slide. That will not be helping things at all. When tyres need to be cool, sliding them around, it makes them hot.
Yeah, I think this is definitely not the kind of race he was looking for when he qualified so far up. And yeah, it's all gone backwards for him, especially with that collision he had earlier in Sunset Bend. And look at him, it's sort of like, visually it's a bit like he is sliding and a bit like he is. But look at the cars here. That is not just defensive driving, that is also already starting to cool down the tires. The wetness, the maximum wetness, so to say, is down to 43%. That's already 7%. As we have Alex Siebel struggling for grip here. And now Nico Barclay is going to look for the outside, which might be to his advantage, because the outside, of course, should be more grippy because there is more rain there.
Oh, Oh, it's so close as they go through. Barclay's trying to hold it around the outside. The one Akko looking for, I would say Taco Friday at this point here, trying to get this one all worked out. Can't quite get there as they go through the rights and lefts. It was worth keeping an eye out here on certain gaps that are out there on track. Capamadjian is still close with Michi Hoyer, but look at this from the back of the pack. Teien and Mella have both dived down into the pits. I wonder if they've decided, I want a dry tyre.
Yeah, maybe because they realized the final race position is not going to be so swell, but perhaps we can go for the fastest lap of the race if it's already this dry. So, yeah, it's a risk to be sure, but sometimes risks need to be taken to maybe have some sort of solace, even though your race didn't quite go as planned.
There is Risto Kappet, your race leader, but the gap is coming down. It was up over 2 seconds in the rain. It's down to 1.4. And Erhan Jajovski knows there is only one way he is going to win this championship and get the main prize with a graphics card on top of it. He needs Risto Kappet to crash. And I wouldn't put it past Erhan to be aggressive and try and make a move, but I'm not saying he would take a driver out. I'm saying he needs to do something in order to put Kappet into a position where he doesn't like where he's driving and he makes a mistake. You can see the drivers all sliding around on the circuit looking for something. As well as that, Yuri Kasdorp's not safe. Jernej's right behind.
Indeed, no time to even catch a breather, and while the other two Roman Grosjean esports cars are up ahead and having their own little battle there, now almost down to 1.1 or 1 second flat. Yeah, Jernej is breathing down Yuri's neck already within 1 second, and that was right almost breezing the wall. Pastor Maldonado did that last year in the Sebring 1000 miles and ripped his rear wing of his Orica off there. So that was very brave from Yuri Kasdorp, absolute precision driving, but it pays off and he still stays ahead.
Still stays ahead, but that's crucial right now. He's got to be as much of a nuisance for Jernej Simoncic as possible. Remember, they are fighting each other right now for third place in this championship battle in the AMD Triple Challenge. He knows that Jernej Simoncic is 15 points clear. He also knows that he's still only 10 points back at this rate. It's not enough to be in this position right now, knowing that the gap is about 6 seconds down the road to Erhan Jajovski. This is a sign of defeat right now, you would say, for Yuri Kasdorp. He's just trying to do everything to keep the 1-2-3 alive.
Yeah, and at the moment it seems that he is having quite decent success at it, because the gap is back up to 7 tenths, and as I say that, it goes back down to 6 tenths, 5 tenths, and it's going to be interesting how to see Jernej switching off the engine to fuel save at the end of straights, apparently, and I think that is actually a strategy, or actually, I think it might be the clutching in that they use for VC as well, so a bit of a trick, which is difficult to execute, but once it actually, once you get the rhythm going in it, yeah, listen to that, listen to the engine just completely going blank there. Maybe that is a good way to go with a lower fuel load in this situation.
Remember how they're racing here in wet weather to dry conditions. When you're in the rain, traditionally, you have to put a lot more energy in to make something happen. And now Simoncic goes the long way around, trying to pick that up. Fender to fender they go, as they go around the outside trying. Here is Jernej Simoncic. He gets on the brakes nice and early, trying to gather up the runoff of the exit here, and they are really trying to make sure that they are not going to run out of fuel. Remember, they are fuel rate accelerated here in this one, and the long way round again tries Jernej Simoncic. 2 laps to go here at this fantastic Sebring circuit, and around the outside, he makes sure that the podium is all but his.
Yeah, but Kasdorp is still there down the inside, is able to make it stick there, and now they're gonna go through 3, 4, 5, and I think 5 is now called Chris in the corner, and Kasdorp goes back through. I think Jernej Simoncic is actually starting to clutch in at the end of straights to save fuel, so he can have a bit more boost with the qualifying map on straights.
One of the Muscats has just dived down into the pits. Jernej Simoncic doing well. There's the fastest lap of the race from Tony Mella. It's a 59.9. Outbreaking himself there is Kasdorp through the corner, and Simoncic finally gets his man, getting that one sorted. But look how much time it's cost him. He's now 8.5 seconds off of Erhan Jajovski, and now will be hoping that the tyres just go no as they go over towards the end of this one. And speaking of no, that's Michi Hoyer out.
That's a quite big one as well. That just came out of the big bend. Let's have a look what's happened here. Did he just get on the... Oh, that is really odd. I think that... was he on? Yeah, he was still on wet tires. So I think maybe... just
two
as
tires
he went...
Dry, 2 tires wet?
No, no. I think it's just completely on wet tires. But I think through his spins and through his ways off, maybe the tires were just too damaged, especially with the 7 times tire wear. And then, of course, once the tires heat up, they can exponentially lose grip sometimes. So it does seem like it was like that in Michi Hoyer's crash. So very unfortunate for him. Not the end he had hoped, especially after that great qualifying from him.
It looked like 2 tires on the dry line and 2 tires on the wet line, and that is definitely not light as they go on through. Last lap, though, will be starting for Risto Kappet here. He's 2.7 seconds clear. Erhan Jajovski's got not much to fight back with here as they drive on through the opening sections of track here. Turn 1, and running slightly wide there is Risto Kappet. He can't afford to do that. It's just a case of keep it on the island here to win this one outright here and take a full clean sweep to go along with it. Behind Simoncic and Kasdorp is Borja Millan. He's had nothing but bad luck all race long, both races long, but now here he could be on for maybe a 4th place, maybe even a 3rd place right now. Kasdorp is really struggling to get the Ferrari turning at this stage, and Borja Millan here is absolutely loving these conditions. He wants to get close enough where it is going to matter. He is going to get a place. On the brakes, he'll look around the outside of the hotel's hairpin, and he's not going to get there right now, and he's going to have to try and find a different way. Cunningham Corner is the one that will be the next big look next, but there is Risto Kappet just starting to pull away ever so slightly and just be comfortable in these conditions. They have dried right out here, this track, as there goes Borja Millan down the inside at Cunningham Corner, around the outside of the next one, and just like that, up into 4th place with a fantastically precise move. There is Kappet, though, making the progress towards the Ullman Straight. This is the Le Mans chicane going through right now, and just baby tiptoe steps right now on those worn and balding tyres that he's got available here. Just one more corner remains. It's the corner of 1,004 lines, and you don't need a list of 1,004 reasons to say why Risto Kappet has been so good in this series. So many times he has been the one playing the supporting role when it comes to these sorts of races. But what a way to introduce yourself to the world and say, I am a master of my craft. Risto Kappet has swept the AMD Triple Challenge. There is Erhan Jajovski, 2nd position and in the championship. And what a fantastic fate it is for these drivers. 1, 2, and 3 in the race are 1, 2, and 3 in the championship. Borja Millan picking up 4th place. That will be a very nice consolation for the Monaco boys. They're getting themselves over towards the line and doing very, very well. So that one all plays out the way that it definitely should at this stage. But Risto Kappet, your winner, and pretty much deserved. You don't often get 3 from 3 in 3 different styles of vehicles going on through. That just shows you just how good he was today. So Risto Kappet is your champion and has done absolutely everything and more that is to be needed from this event. And hopefully we have one driver that we need, or 2 drivers or 3 drivers coming up, but we have just lost our good friend Nicholas Hillebrand there for the moment with a couple of issues. But Risto Kappet, hands down, you have to say he deserves that one. Erhan Jajovski is not an easy character to race against, and that was really well worked at exactly the time that it very much was needed to make everything happen. Confirmation of result Risto Kappet picks up the win. He led every single lap once again in a lights to flag victory here today. So that pretty much puts him with exactly what he needs in terms of the Triple Challenge. He picks up, of course, the grand prizes overall. He gets himself first place with that one, which gives him the Ryzen 7 3800X CPU and the Radeon RX 5700 graphics card to go along with that. In second position, Erhan Jajovski will take the Ryzen 7 3800X CPU there, and then Jernej Simoncic will get a Ryzen 5 3600X to add to all of those to go on. Risto Kappet, though, is with me right now as champion, and Risto, well, we have to say this first and foremost, it's so difficult to pick up 3 wins out of 3, but what was the strategy going into this one to give you so much consistency over 3 very different vehicles?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, oh man, we had such a long summer break after this active period during the corona that I had lots of time to think and to really gather the energy that when this event came up, I actually practiced and I actually tried hard and I really wanted this win. So simple answer, what I did is I practiced everything, and with the amount of knowledge I have in Air Factor 2 and the experience, I had all the preparation done. I had the wet setups, I had dry setups, I had race simulations done. I didn't make any mistakes. So yeah, even against the best, maybe they didn't practice as much, but it was really hard. It might seem easy that I won all 3 of them, but against Erhan and in Jernej second round, it was really tough. But yeah, I did the homework and I wanted it the most, so I got it.
Let's talk homework then in terms of the opening section of this race, because of the races that were going on. Let's go all the way back to Silverstone then to start. You had to work hard. You had to rely on a mistake from your teammate to pick up that victory, and you worked incredibly hard to get that and start to walk away. You then move over to a different style of races for the second and the third ones where you had lights to flag victories for both, but then again, both were very difficult for 2 very different reasons.
Yeah, in Silverstone, first of all, I think I had the highest downforce setup, so also the lowest top speed, so I knew I had to do it, and I knew it was fast, but yeah, Erhan had a better start. I kind of expected it, and I was really pushing hard for the first half, and I tried my best, but there wasn't a way through, so maybe it was the pressure, but I was lucky to put him into a mistake. So once I got that, then it was maybe the easiest of the 3, but yeah, the others were different. I think Sebring was the hardest. It was really hard because of this accelerated tire wear on all of the 3 combinations. It was the difference of driving style in qualifying and race was really different. So in the race you had to quickly adapt to push much less, but also push enough that the rears don't overtake the fronts. So it was really difficult. That's all of these different types of driving processed into a really short amount of time. There was not much warm-up in between, and the weather was being playful as well. So yeah, it felt more like World Rally than circuit racing. You had to think and adapt so much, but I like it, and I guess the preparation helped extra with such changing conditions.
Yeah, apologies there, ladies and gentlemen. There is just a little bit of miscommunication on my end. But let's just talk about what's going on then in terms of how you've got to this point and gone on and moved on just a little bit easier in terms of this run. It's a case of, you were just talking about earlier on, that you really had a big sit down and a think about everything. So now, would you say in this position that you have finally found the one thing that has made you get to that next stage, that next level, that next everything out there that is maybe taking you away from being maybe more of a supporting role in RHG and maybe start to think about being a leading driver?
Well, we are all equal, and how do I answer this? I think Erhan will always have the raw speed more, but it's just in some changing conditions, yeah, it might be a benefit to me. And for sure, I focus more on myself. I know I have the speed to race anybody, including Erhan, who I think is the best overall everywhere. But yeah, just to get this good energy, to keep the focus going, this is actually really hard most of the time for me. In the Grip series as well, sometimes I had had the speed, sometimes not, made some mistakes, but today I made no mistakes at all. So this is quite rare, but it's also a result of actual training and focused mental work. So yeah, I hope so, but the next race can prove me wrong. So in sim racing, you can't rely on what you have done. You just need to keep the form and keep working each race, because as the scene gets more professional, there are more prizes. There will be more drivers who are doing this full time, so there will be always more and more competition. So there's no other way than to keep working. But yeah, for now, today, I'm super happy.
Well, before we let you go here, Risto, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank. The floor is yours for a big race victory.
Yeah, the driving practice we do ourselves, but of course, again, Roman Grosjean esports team, it's a big thing. I've been in several teams before, but this is a step up. I'm actually right now sitting on sponsored content with a sponsored fast computer, a big wide screen, and my wheel and my pedals, it's all supported, and all this means that I have to work less in real life and I can focus more on practice. So that's a big thing, and we believe that now with Roman Grosjean esports, I think we are the best in Air Factor too. So that's a massive thing. But also thank you to AMD, who will soon send me 2 nice pieces of computer hardware. I think I even will not sell them. I will build something nice out of them. So this price of a nice CPU and nice GPU are very nice from AMD. So thanks to them, and thanks to World Pro Racing as well. These esports events are really good, really up there, pushing the limits of the scene as well. So very happy to them.
Risto Kappet then picking up the big race victories. 3 out of 3. You can't... It would go to his teammate Erhan Jajovski, who has stood by with me right now. Erhan, that would be a race or a series of races where it looked like you had the pace to begin with. You had a very good run through the opening section there, but one small mistake, maybe not the best, we could say Sepang that you were looking at there as we go on. But really, we'll be very quick with you. Just how difficult was it today coming up against your teammate in that good of form?
Yeah, today Risto showed his true face, I think. He totally deserved to be the winner of this little series. First race, I had a good start, but I knew Risto had a better pace than me, so I was pushing a lot and made a mistake into turn 1 and lost the lead. Then my tires died, and I was just defending pretty hard against Dennis. And going into the second race, same thing happened. Risto beat me in quali again. My tires died at the end, and Jernej saved his tires a bit better than me. Then he overtook me.
Do you believe you need to have a little look then at your philosophy of how you're driving these races to make sure that you're still keeping a little bit of life left in the tires?
Yeah, I didn't prepare very good for this event. I think I didn't put enough time and effort into it. That would have made a difference, I think. But overall, Risto was like two steps above everyone tonight, so he deserves it.
Before we let you go, Erhan, everyone you'd like to give a shout out or a thanks to? I know you're part of the same team, but there could be other people that, of course, you have the platform to share to.
Yeah, thanks to AMD and World Pro Racing for organizing this amazing event.
Erhan Jajovski there in second position, still a really, really good result. Jernej Simoncic comes home with third place and is stood by with me now. And Jernej, that was a case of having to fight that championship fight to get to third place from the back up. It looked like in the first race of the night you had nothing in terms of qualifying that really gave you too much, but then it was a case of building the blocks up, and it looked like for everything that the pace was there the longer the night went on.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy about this third position. To be honest, I did not expect to be on the podium before the event. I did not really not really feel prepared as much as I could have. Again, this is the difference between full-time sim racers and sim racers who have full-time job alongside sim racing. So actually, fortunately, or maybe the luck in the bad luck was that on yesterday I got a little bit of fever and I had to stay at home for the whole week. Fortunately, today I tested negative for COVID, so but the good outcome was that I was actually I at least had time to do some actual laps instead of just 2 or 3 hours. But I could not afford preparing for everything, so really big thanks to my teammates for the support, for the good fun that we had through this week. And I actually thought about it for the whole summer. I had almost no racing, and I completely forgot how to manage the stress and the pressure, and I guess I cracked a little bit at Silverstone, and then also at Sebring. But in the end, be free is be free. I'm really happy.
How easy is it to establish a rhythm, actually, in terms of driving and putting a schedule together as a sim racer? Because there's many different platforms, there's many different places where you can go and race and get races in under the belt. But in terms of how to manage that structure and juggle it with jobs and life and all of the rest of it, how difficult is it to, manage all of that and still have maybe a schedule that works for a sim racing run?
It is impossible. To have family, job, and sim racing at this level all together at the level that one would like to is not possible. So I knew what would be going on this year. I took the year not as to attack the top, but just to prepare myself to adapt really quickly to the circumstances. So maybe not to win everything, but just to gather points, to really get maximum out of really little preparation that I have. But with the quarantine in the spring, it turned out to be much better than I ever expected. But during the summer, then there is work, there is stuff, and at some point I will need to make a decision either to go full-time sim racing. I hope with Burst Esport that will be possible during the winter. But otherwise, I will have to maybe also rely on great competitions like this, as it was today. And it's a struggle. But we will see in the winter how it goes.
Before we let you go, Jernej, shout out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank.
Thanks a lot, especially to sponsors, Rio Toro for great equipment, great mechanical keyboards, headsets, and then Simplexity for great, beautiful sim rigs, aluminum profile, really great looking. And beside the sponsors, I would give a shout out to Global Sim Racing Hub, so gsrh.gg, which is like a website to unify all the streams, and you can find everything there. And it's going. It's just been put together and it's growing. So feel free to check it now or maybe in a few months. So basically all the sim racing streams for all the simulators will be up there. That's it.
Jernej Simoncic then coming home with 3rd place in the championship and a fantastic run from all 17 drivers that we had here today. A massive thanks has to go to everyone who's put this on behind the scenes, of course, the likes of the stewarding team, Adrian Fagayo, the race director, and George Muscat, the chief steward. You've got likes of Justin and Nathan Mifsud, who have been on cameras for this one. Nicholas Hillebrand, unfortunately, has run into technical issues, so he's not here to see out the end of this one. But myself, Jake Sperry, I am very much here at the moment, and there is so much more that is going to be going on. We've got a 4-round championship coming up, the HyperX Endurance Series. That will be coming up over the course of the week. Round 1 is starting next week, so you're going to definitely want to go and check that out. On top of that, we got 1 hour of Kyalami. Entries are still open last time I checked, so make sure you head over to worldproracing.com, get yourself in for an hour's worth of fun and run yourself around a very iconic circuit. But from everybody here, it's been a fantastic event here, the AMD Triple Challenge, and well, what sort of triple would it be without 3 straight wins back to back to back? Risto Kappet has finally reached true potential. Now truly one of the great sim racers of R-Factor 2, and you could say one of the great sim racers of all time. We now look towards the next few events. Who's got what it takes to be up next, up close, up personal on the horizon? The top of the top, the creme de la creme. Well, they always seem to fight for the very, very best, as they did today at the AMD Triple Challenge. We'll see you very soon with the HyperX Endurance Series. World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.
Wish your Wi-Fi network would just work in any room? Our new Stellar Wi-Fi is AI-assisted to give you the smoothest, fastest possible Wi-Fi throughout your home. Stellar Wi-Fi, assisted by AI, exclusive to Mella. Find out more in-store or online.
Senna was a god. No one could even dream to follow him.
I'm from a very humble background.
The role of women at that time were really difficult.
It's just so dangerous. You're risking not only your life, but also my life.
World Pro Racing, where sim racing becomes real.